by the time you walked off the plane, like there was nothing left of it. All the moisture from the plane. It's like, oh, I couldn't take it. There you are. So, that was going to be here shortly, but I would like to get rid of that side panel on my driveway.
What side panel?
I'll show you. So, I don't even know how to get into it now. Is this him?
So
Oh, there's Doug, okay.
how do we go from one to another?
Well, let's just start with this one
okay,
here.
there we go.
Okay, Doug, yes, I have summoned him and he has come. All right, so when he plays this one, okay, slideshow from beginning.
Slideshow.
From beginning, I'll show you what it does.
Go ahead.
I want to get rid of that.
Well, that one
Okay, that doesn't show up.
I know, but like, my eyesight is limited.
Oh, okay, fine,
I can
fine.
barely see it.
I got you. Give me 1 second.
She's a strawberry blonde. Right, Bill?
Oh, she's down for maybe or the muscle strength. What?
Strawberry blonde. Sort of like,
No, she's no red.
no red, okay.
No,
She's blonde.
wow. She's 6.
She's 6 feet tall.
Yes. My son.
She's 6 feet tall.
Yes. But she's a little bit taller than me.
Wow. She's gonna have to find a really big boyfriend.
No, I told her. That's awesome. I always wanted to date someone who's taller than me. But before I shrank, it's brown. No, the more money is 2,000. That's interesting. It's like exactly.
Township Board of Supervisors, and we will begin with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with a special acknowledgement. Supervisor Gussie.
Can we just push that off a bit until they arrive?
Okay, we can do that. So we're going to push that off. We'll go right to announcements. The 2022 Budget Workshop is scheduled for Thursday, December 2nd at 10 a.m. via the Zoom platform. Information for Zoom access can be found on the calendar event on the Township website. The Tredyffrin Township building will serve again this year as a drop-off site for the annual Toys for Tots campaign. Please drop off your new unwrapped donation by December 3rd. In observance of Veterans Day, Township offices will be closed Thursday, November 11. We'll move to the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 18, 2021 public meeting? So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Should I go into supervisor reports? Or
Until we see control.
okay. We're going into township business. We start off with supervisor liaison reports, and I will start with Supervisor Humble.
Thank you, Chairman Wazaki. I have nothing to report for the Parks and Recreation Board since we have not had another meeting since the last Board of Supervisors meeting. However, on the Parks and Recreation Foundation, I can report that on Saturday, December 4th, we will be having a lighting ceremony for the holidays, and all of that will be paid for through the foundation. So we encourage everybody to come. It's from 6:30 till 8 p.m., and I'm sure the township has already got many of the announcements up on the front page. And regarding the school district, since our last meeting, the school district has had an open house of Conestoga High School for anybody who wanted to walk through and see the new completed renovations to the school. They're very impressive, and I think anybody who goes to look would agree, and you can see them on the website, readily available. So there was another item for the school board. Last week they did hear a presentation about turning the property that they took where the tree nursery is, to turn that into turf fields for the school. So that's something we might want to keep an eye on more closely. I'm sure several of the residents will have, their own thoughts on that. So that concludes my reports.
Thank you, Supervisor Humble. Supervisor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman Wysocki. I have one update tonight. The Planning Committee met on October 21st and discussed two items. The first item was a new field house at Devon Prep, which was approved and will now move to its next step, which is permitting. The second item was to review comments for a recommendation on the short-term rental ordinance, of which the recommendation will be written in the future and submitted to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor O'Neill. Supervisor Gussie.
The EAC is continuing their work on multiple fronts. At the last meeting, we heard a presentation regarding the Southeastern Pennsylvania Alliance of Green Enterprises, SAGE, which will be a new nonprofit led by some of our EAC team and others that will provide information and a framework for businesses to be more sustainable, will recognize businesses for good work, and will build a community to share ideas on sustainable practices. I think this is a really cool effort in the works, and it will be very pro-business and pro-environment, and will strengthen the culture and community around green practices. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Supervisor Gussie. Supervisor Holt, do you want to give a report?
Hello, everyone from the great beyond. The continued special meeting of the Zoning Hearing Board regarding 355 Chase Road Picket Post will occur on November 16th at 7 p.m. at the Township Building. And the regular meeting of the Zoning Hearing Board will be on November 17th at 7 p.m. at the Township Building. It includes the application of Sean Anderson at 775 West Wind Drive for variance to operate an Airbnb short-term rental on the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holt. Supervisor Freed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next meeting of the Tredyffrin Township Historical Commission will be on November 17th at 7 p.m. in the building in the small meeting room. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Basker.
So on October 28th, the Tredyffrin Public Library Board of Trustees met at the Stratford Library and reviewed where we stand with respect to the current financial situation. There's and started brainstorming on the planning for 2022. They discussed asking the state for some funding. There was also discussion about what a future library might look like, as books are, there's something about a book where, you can't really substitute it with the pad, but at the same time, there's just brainstorming at what the future of the library might look like, and please do, send any comments. There was a discussion about the fact that library visits are down, but again, we've had a number of ups and downs with regard to opening hours, and they've been irregular, so that's really not really meaningful. There are some staffing concerns about the library. There are a couple of points to note, which is that the Friends of Tredyffrin Public Library, between 2016 and 2020, their total donations amounted to $174,940, and plus several thousand hours of volunteer time at the Red Fox Bookshop. So we certainly would like to thank the Friends of Tredyffrin Public Library. And also the golf outing was successful. They raised between $15,000 and $20,000 for the library, And this year's format was different, where they had 3 separate events. And they're seriously thinking about continuing that format next year. So the next meeting, also I should say that about half the collection of books at the Red Fox bookstore was destroyed by the leak they had in the Stratford Library building. So the next meeting of the Public Library Board of Trustees is on December 9th at 7:30 at the Tredyffrin Stratford Public Library. And please do attend if you're able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Basker. Now we will move on to the Citizens Stormwater Advisory Task Force report. I think we're going to begin with co-chair Ann Murphy, if I'm not mistaken. So you're up.
Thank you, Chairman Wasaki. I'm very pleased to present tonight that this 2-year study done by the ordinance and the tree canopy task forces. We were very fortunate to have on our committee Tori Snyder, a member of the Planning Commission, and have the benefit of all of her expertise. We would like to thank the 3 board liaisons, Supervisors Wasaki, Gussie, and Freed, as well as the township staff, for all of their input during this process. There is a separate tree canopy report which will be posted in December, and it contains the supporting detail for this presentation as well as other related information such as tree lists. And it also will recognize the many people, individuals, and other municipalities and organizations which helped us in this significant effort. So the first thing I'm going to talk about tonight is we were asked to look at the impervious cover allowances in our zoning ordinance. And what we found is that Tredyffrin allows about 10% higher for each of these 3 residential classes when you compare it with our peers listed below. However, then we realized that Tredyffrin is unique in that it nets out 100% of its steep slopes in order to determine the lot area to which to apply the impervious cover allowances. So we felt that we could not make a viable comparison. And furthermore, an analysis by Doug Anastad and Tori Snyder revealed that there are a number of non-conforming properties in the township, and that by lowering the impervious cover percent, even by 5%, would increase these number of non-conforming properties, and particularly with properties with steep slopes. So we felt, short of being able to hire Brandywine Conservancy as our consultant, we were able to make, at this time, just these 2 recommendations. One was to reduce the impervious cover on our R4 multifamily apartment from 50% down to 35%, which is everything else in that category, and also to reduce the impervious cover for our town centers along arterial roads from 90% to 75%. So why are trees so important for stormwater? Well, any of you who have taken shelter under a big tree in a big thunderstorm have experienced firsthand the power of a tree to intercept rain and to hold it and to reduce the intensity of rainfall. But our college universities have come up with studies that prove this. Infiltration, 8 times greater under trees. Intensity reduced 20%. Lag time increased. Can you imagine how much worse the stormwater will get in our township if we allow our tree canopy to continue to decrease? Furthermore, the Nature Conservancy keeps reminding us one of the best ways to block extreme climate is to plant trees, because they draw the water out of the soil and then slowly release the moisture out into the atmosphere over a period of weeks, as opposed to having all the rainfall go down into the ocean and create violent storms. So our tree canopy group wanted to know, what is the tree canopy in Tredyffrin now, and how has it changed? Well, when we used the Forest Service model, we came up with tree canopy of 51%. But then we went back 8 years and found out it had been 55%. Well, that equates to 64 acres of net tree loss per year. And we determined in Tredyffrin that equates to 2,700 trees lost per year on a net basis. This number is important because it provides a baseline against the recommendations we are making. We also wanted to know, what is the age composition of a mature forest in Tredyffrin? And the expansion of Conestoga High School into that neighboring forest gave us that data. And you can see in the table, the first column is the tree size, which is really a proxy for the tree's age. So a 30-inch tree is really a 75-year-old tree. So we looked at the subtotal for 24 inches and above, and we found that that comprised 40% of the numbers of trees, but it comprises 68% of the total summed diameter of the trees. And we know that the benefits are even exponentially associated with the diameter of a tree. So once we saw this, we determined we wanted to do whatever we could to preserve the benefits of the larger tree and make sure they were fully included in any tree replacement calculations. The tree canopy group also wanted to know, why are people removing trees in Tredyffrin, other than new construction, which is obvious? So we developed a survey of reasons that was shown here, and we gave it to the top 10 tree service providers in the township. And we asked them to rank the reasons they thought people were coming to them to remove trees. And no surprise, the number one reason trees are being removed by residents is due to disease, including emerald ash borer at 20%. This is followed by severe weather damage, hazardous trees other than ash, and then a tree growing too big next to the house. Another 11% was for residents expanding their property and having to take down trees as a result. And the last 24% were for other discretionary reasons. Another useful piece of knowledge from the survey was that 89% of the time the tree service providers go out to remove trees, they're removing 5 trees or less. So what does our ordinance have in it now? Well, the requirements are limited to our subdivision code. They require the replacement of any tree that is taken down 24 inches and above diameter. And there's also a 50% woodland disturbance limitation, and that's on an acreage basis. What is not there is requirements for individual lots outside of subdivision, regulation of clear cutting, replacement for trees under 24 inches in diameter, and also that 2 or 3 lot subdivisions is exempt from any planting requirements. A big part of our study was comparing our code with that of 17 other municipalities. So we found that 14 out of the 18 municipalities we looked at had provisions in their code which related to individual lots outside of subdivision, and only 4, including Tredyffrin and Upper Merion, did not. So we decided we would like to be in the highlighted group where those regulations apply to all lots. Secondly, the 9 out of the 18 had the code located in its zoning ordinance. And but those were primarily Western Chester County. So we thought Tredyffrin belonged more in the class of having a separate tree or natural features ordinance, such as Radnor or Easttown. We also found that 10 out of the 18 municipalities had defined what specimen trees were and said they could not be included in any tree removal allowances. And the typical definition for specimen trees was a 30-inch diameter tree and up. And then listed at the bottom are other provisions that municipalities had in their codes which we thought would be beneficial for Tredyffrin, such as off-site planning. So our recommendations are not just based on the analysis of the code. We also talked to other municipalities, and we also heard from our board liaisons. Not only were they concerned about stormwater, but they also wanted to be able to address complaints and concerns of residents about large numbers of trees being removed in their neighborhood. So this is what we're recommending, to create a standalone tree ordinance. The tree ordinance would be triggered on a lot when more than 6 trees measuring 6 inches or more were being removed in any given year or any specimen tree. All non-hazardous trees over 6 inches would be replaced at a rate of 1 tree for every 12 inches, but you could take that 5-tree allowance from those trees, but no specimen tree could be in the allowance. Specimen trees were any non-hazardous tree 30 inches and above, excluding Norway maple, tree of heaven, or princess tree. We would allow off-site planning and fee in lieu under specific circumstances. And we would incorporate the code by reference into subdivision to preserve Planning Commission review for land development for those woodland provisions. And finally, we would maintain the existing 50% woodlands preservation requirement. This shows how we defined the hazardous tree exemptions. So we would like residents to replace some of these trees that come down for these reasons, but we didn't feel we could compel them under the ordinance because Radnor doesn't either. We didn't want to make it stricter than what we've seen elsewhere. And so the arborist would need to document on a permit form with photos what these conditions were, and then do the replacement tree calculations for any of the viable trees they were taking out with a simple provisional planting plan of how many trees were going to be planted. We also looked at, thought it was important to look in the township where there were, we could put off-site trees, since we said we were going to allow that under specific circumstances. Now, these are developer-grade trees planted by a contractor with water bags and watered. So we thought we did a survey of Tredyffrin's parks, and we found that there were places in the parks that trees were coming down, they were dead, they were dying, they could be used for screening and shading, and the number we came up with was about 312 trees. And in addition to that was, so over 10 years, that might be 35 trees a year. But in addition to that, Open Land Conservancy and Valley Forge Park were also interested in trees. So we're thinking it could be up to 75 trees a year. Township staff asked us to look at how other municipalities were implementing their code. And the number one thing we found was that all municipalities hired a part-time arborist to handle the permit review for individual lots. So for example, Radnor has a separate tree ordinance with 6 trees or more, if 6 trees or more are being removed, or one specimen tree, administered by engineering. The township arborist reviews the permits and does the site visits, and the Shade Tree Commission approves the permits. White Marsh similarly has a tree ordinance, but limited to the grading permit. And similarly, the township arborist reviews the permits. And it's under code enforcement. And the Shade Tree Commission approves the permits at their monthly meeting. Easttown has a natural features code. It's administered by code enforcement. Zoning officer and the landscape architect review the permits, 6 to 8 per month, but the Board of Supervisors approves the permits. There is no Shade Tree Commission in Easttown. Lower Merion has done by planning, reviewed the permits. They're limited to grading permits. And in residential lots, they have an on-staff arborist, but their Shade Tree Commission is not involved with reviewing their individual lot permits. And finally, for Tredyffrin, we recommend adoption of a tree ordinance administered by engineering, but with the help of code enforcement in the event of those clearing permits, because we felt that would be needed. And again, it's modeled after the Radnor ordinance, a grading permit or a clearing permit when 6 or more trees were being removed or one specimen tree, and that we thought that engineering could normally approve the permits. There might be specific circumstances where the applicant would maybe disagree, and that would be taken to the Board of Supervisors. And we also didn't feel a separate Shade Tree Commission was needed for Tredyffrin, because at this time, we thought it would be more convenient for residents if their permits could be approved pretty much within a week or so, rather than to have to wait for the meetings. But that could be changed at a future time. Okay. So adding individual lot requirements, we did a cost-benefit analysis requested by staff, could add 800 trees per year at a modest administrative cost. We looked at the minutes from Radnor's Shade Tree Commission, and we found that it was a result over the last 3 years, and we found on average 700 to 800 trees were being planted by residents as a result of this regulation. And the cost was basically the permits that were being processed. So an average of 4 permits, either grading or clearing permits per month, and the cost that's been included in the Shade Tree Commission budget is about $20,000 per year. And we also looked at where off-site trees were being planted. We found that most cases they were in either street trees or parks. And since most of these townships didn't have street trees, they were mostly at parks. And Radnor had a big planting last year, 160 trees in downtown Wayne. 100 of them were from Cabrini for their expansion from off-site trees where they couldn't accommodate all the planting on their campus because they have a very shaded campus. But typically, the amount for Radnor is much lower, 25 to 60 trees a year like Lower Merion. And there is also a provision in the Radnor Code for a $500 fee paid for by developers if in the event that an off-site planting is not arranged. So in conclusion, we would recommend the board pursue adoption of a tree ordinance, is protected to close the tree canopy gap by an estimated 50%. It promotes the preservation of healthy mature trees. It's simple to calculate and review. All the provisions have been tested in other municipal codes. The 5-tree allowance provides flexibility that other percentage allowances in other codes do not. And we feel it's really the key for a good tree canopy strategy to have that ordinance first and then add on the voluntary programs. So moving forward, we would recommend that the board initiate a process to draft the tree ordinance, and that a committee, sometime along the way in that process, that a tree committee could be created. We had said we didn't recommend a shade tree commission right away. We think we need to develop the expertise that Radnor has first before we would do that. But this is a good way to attract industry expertise to helping with the planting at the parks and care of trees at the parks, and other educational programs with the EAC. And finally, we would hope that the board would be willing to commit some resources to the tree ordinance, maybe late in the year, in terms of budgeting for our contract arborist for maybe the last part of the year. And just one slide on stormwater ordinance. The township is, we did a comparison of Tredyffrin with our surrounding townships, and we found that Tredyffrin was more stringent than all of the surrounding townships, both in terms of infiltration, redevelopment, peak rate. And the township is also currently revising its stormwater ordinance this year to comply with DEP mandates, and also what Chester County is also currently finalizing its new standards. So we felt it was really premature for us to make any recommendations. But I'd like to close with this picture of how a good example of how the stormwater ordinance is helping in our township. This is a picture of an infiltration bed required to be installed by our neighbor as a result of a new patio that they're constructing. And the contract engineer cleverly directed sheet flow from Pew Road that was infiltrating their basement and directed it instead into this infiltration bed along with 2 of the downspouts. So as a neighboring property, we really appreciate this. So that's all I have for tonight. I appreciate your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Do we want to wait till Ray's presentation and have it together, or no? Okay. Are there any questions for Ann on the tree canopy or trees, the tree ordinance?
I had some questions.
Sure.
On the tree canopy loss, it said was estimated at 64 acres of trees per year.
Yes.
How did you determine that amount?
Well, there is a program called iTree Canopy, and what it does, it's like a random number generator, and it pulls up aerial photographs, one after the other, and you pick whether you're looking at a tree, a grass, or an impervious surface. And then you could go back in time because they're available historically. So,
and that doesn't include, like with Wayne Glen, when the developers came in and cleared everything, or with the Conestoga High School parking lot expansion when they come in and clear everything?
the history did show that, because I remember looking at the history, and Drummers Lane was in there. The PennDOT basins along Drummers Lane had been trees, and then they were in the stage of being mud, I guess, when they were converting it to a basin. So it does show, like, over time. And there is some lag, like, for example, Wayne Glen was trees, and there were some trees planted. So it would show pretty much as a loss, but then maybe over time you would get some of that canopy back. So, but I mean, it's the best thing the Forest Service has, short of commissioning a flyover study of your own, like Philadelphia did.
Yep.
So,
I did have a concern about the possibility of the allowance of off-site planting of compensatory trees or fees in lieu, particularly the fee in lieu of planting the necessary trees, because I don't want us to be in a position where we're selling the township's trees, you know what I mean, for the budget. I don't want us to be in a position where somebody says, that's fine, I can afford that.
Right. So the fee in lieu is very specific circumstances. We've seen it in Radnor, like if a homeowner was required to plant 9 trees and they only wanted to plant 6, so they paid that fee in lieu, it's $1,050 for a resident for 3 trees, into that fund, and that fund is called a tree replacement fund. Can only be used to plant new trees, and in a few instances, it's been used like for arborist services and stuff. I think the solicitor would have to weigh in on what the appropriate uses other than actual planting of trees would be, but it doesn't pay for like staff, township staff or anything like that. It doesn't get mixed up with the regular budget.
Yeah, my concern is that, like, if we create these, non-leafy parking lots, we got, in, some of the places that we do have in the township, and if they say we want to develop so big that we can't put these trees in, well, then that's bad for that section of the township anyway. So I just want to make sure we don't get into something where we're allowing the sale of trees instead of keeping the township balanced with where the trees were and are needed.
Do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so this was actually discussed, and that's a good point. Just to be clear, what's really happening today is that they're getting variances for that. So those trees aren't being planted at all. So really, you're not allowing more development to normally be done. All that's happening is that you're actually holding them to a higher standard than it's being held to them today. So you're not allowing any development that wouldn't be allowed normally, but now they can't get out of planting those trees. Because today, if they can show hardship because there's not enough land to plant all the trees that are required by code, they get out of it. Now we're telling them, no, you can't get out of it anymore. Now they will be planted. So it's the opposite of that. Instead of allowing them to get away with more, it's actually the opposite. Now they can't get away with not planting those trees.
Thank you, Mr. Onestad.
And I think Cabrini was a good example. They couldn't fit all the trees, because you know what Cabrini looks like.
Right.
They have a lot of trees already.
Yes.
So they escrowed the money and planted those trees downtown Wayne. So.
Yes. One thing that I took a second look at was that all removals would require a permit form with photos submitted by a certified arborist. And I wondered, do we have enough arborists around to do that kind of work, and what is the average expense of that expected to be?
Good question. We've looked at that. There might even be one here. I'm not sure if he came or not. Oh, you did. There's a certified arborist right there. 2 of them. All right, good. So they're available. But no, we did look at that, and we thought foremost, when we did that survey of the tree service providers, all except one had a certified arborist on staff. And that was typically the estimator who came out initially to estimate the job. So they would be the person that would complete the permit application. And most of those firms do business in Radnor already, so I think they're used to it. But, there are few companies that would probably have to hire somebody. And the alternative would be, of course, the homeowner could hire a certified arborist on its own. And we've been told the cost between $100 and $200 to do the permit. This is what we've been told. I don't know if anybody has anything to add to that. But we've had a couple arborists that said that's the typical rate for an arborist report, $100 to $200. And I feel like personally, I think those, I don't know, maybe our representative from John B. Ward with experience in the Radnor Trade Tree Commission might want to add to that. But I mean, normally, wouldn't the tree service provider do the permit as a service to the homeowner for the tree removal? Is that what happens, or do they hire someone separate and then hire the tree company? I don't know.
You would need if you can come up to the microphone so
Yeah, that would be good.
Hi, how are you? I'm Gus Feudale, John B. Ward Tree Services. I was actually the grounds manager at Cabrini for about 20 years. So you're right about all the trees that we had there. So your question, Radnor had they secured John Hosbach, the
Right.
township arborist. So what he does, if say a homeowner has a pool they would like to put in, he'll look at the area to see if there's any way that maybe that pool could be moved a little bit so we could maybe save a tree or two that the people want to remove, or if say there's a really hazardous tree on that person's property. And he'll look at it right away and say, absolutely, this has to go. His fee for that, it varies. I don't know what else, what more information you would need to know about that. But he is secured by the township, so he represents the township. And
So the homeowner would have to hire somebody else normally. So
Right,
like
so
King
the
Kiner
homeowner-
or Steve Schreiner or those people would have.
Right.
They would normally, I think, complete the paperwork for the homeowner, wouldn't they?
Yes, the arborist that you hire then does the paperwork, takes the photographs, presents them to the township, to, like, for example, Radnor Shade Tree Commission. And then the township arborist, if he feels he needs to step in to take a look, to tweak that a little bit, he'll work with the arborist that's hired by the client.
Right. But do the service companies provide the arborist? Like,
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yes.
do provide
But-
it itself, but it's just like an extra step. And so we didn't feel that.
So for example, some trees might meet the definition of being able to be removed, but they're not tall trees, and somebody can just take a chainsaw and take it down, you know. Do they still have to have a permit with photos from an arborist?
Well, if it's under 5 trees and the trees are under 6 inches, no.
Okay. Okay, so the 5-tree limit.
And
protects
also the under 6 inches, so.
that. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Regarding Westover Bird Sanctuary, I thought 53 sounded like a lot of trees, and I know that recently there has been several new ones planted.
Yeah, we
all
noticed
in-
that. Since we said plant the buffers on both sides, one side has been planted by residents, so we have to might make that 40 trees now or something.
So are you suggesting that we would plant up that field area with trees?
That was what we were thinking. We didn't think of going into where the invasives were. So, I mean, it's one place to put trees. We thought we'd start with the buffering, though, around the buffering the properties on both sides, and then maybe plant them in rows so it's easy to mow or something like that.
Okay. And you and I had discussed already the Krabby Creek Park
Right.
omission, which I'll just explain for everybody here. Krabby Creek Park was not included on there because many trees were planted there in 2014, is that correct?
Right.
And probably a third to 50% are not thriving, partially because they can't get enough sunlight because the tree canopy is already so dense. And also it looks like the deer are feeding on them as well. So that's why Krabby Creek is not on the list.
Right.
So,
Anything?
okay.
Any other
Do the
comments?
neighbors want that buffer at
Well,
Westover
this,
Park?
like I said, this was sort of our, 2-day survey of where the trees could be placed, but then, of course, the next step would be to meet with the Parks and Rec and discuss what we thought and maybe modify it based on whatever the discussions with them. So
Okay.
that was okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just didn't know if y'all had spoken
We didn't
to
talk
the
to the
residents.
neighbors,
while-
no. we didn't.
Okay.
Did someone else have anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to let Ray
Oh, I
talk.
had one more question.
Oh, yeah, some more people?
I'm sorry, this, I think it's fascinating. I think it's a great idea to have a tree ordinance. I just want to make sure that we're not overreaching on our residents. On the adopt a tree ordinance, what did Tredyffrin have about 10 years ago where it was the Tredyffrin, like spelled T-R-E-E and then different, and it was some kind of adopt a tree program. Are you aware of that?
But this is something totally different. We're talking about moving ahead with drafting the language for an ordinance. It's not about adopting any trees.
Okay, I just,
Yeah,
I
sorry,
only asked that
sorry if
because
it
that's
sounded
the
the same.
title.
Yeah, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, it's just the title, that's why
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
asking if that
Good
was
point.
part of that.
Maybe change that, yeah.
Okay, I think you answered the rest of my questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else have
Do we have any
questions?
other citizen questions? Or comments? Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mike Heberg. I'm from Berwyn. And thank you for the clarification on some of the questions I had. But I guess I'm still struggling to understand how we've identified this as a major problem, sort of discretionary removal of trees. There is clearly diseased trees that have to be removed. You've identified some things that are exempt from the proposed ordinance. But it appears to me, and maybe I'm not reading the slide right, but 2/3 of the tree removals would be deemed hazards, which means that they would not fall under the restrictions under the ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that's why we had said, I'm sorry, did you want to finish?
Yeah, no, okay. And then permitted expansion, we're already dealing with those in another way. So we have a relatively small number of trees that are being removed by people for reasons that are not deemed to be, I don't know what you want to call it, deemed hazards. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if you take those percentages and you apply it back to the 2,700 trees a year, we're saying that 1/3 of the 2,700 would relate to the individual, adding the individual component to the ordinance, so that would be 900 trees out of the 2,700. And then you would also be increasing the standards for developers by requiring them to replace smaller trees and to eliminate the 2 to 3 lot subdivision exclusion, and also to do the off-site planting. So our estimate is between the two things that we proposed, the requirements for developers and the requirements for individuals, you would make up for about half of the 2,700 trees lost per year, maybe 1,300 to 1,500 trees. So that's a significant portion.
Okay.
So in other words, we're just saying there's different ways you can get that canopy back. And one way is the discretionary, one way is the developers, one way is eliminating the exclusion for the 2 to 3 small lots, one way is to allow the off-site planting. So when you have all those, you start to make a difference, and we're estimating it's about 50% of the loss.
And what's
Can I
shown
just-
here,
Before we get off the topic,
Yeah.
what was the number of estimated trees that we're losing, the discretionary trees, not the disease, what was the estimate per year on that?
So it would have to be the individual trees, so we were saying maybe 900.
And that includes the developers too? or-
No, the developers were additional.
So what, do we know?
So
what-
we don't know what that is.
Okay.
But I'm saying it probably isn't as much, but, I mean, you saw with Radnor, just by having this
But it's
regulation.
900 plus the developers is
Yeah,
what?
so it's a significant number. It's like half of what we're losing now. And then I think then after that, you work on education, try to get people to replace those other trees that are coming down, the disease trees, and to some extent.
Well-
So it's a question of where do you start? I mean, it's a start to replace the tree canopy.
well, we seem to be using Radnor as the example for what a difference that this ordinance could make.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So Radnor, in the year that's used, 2019, removed 2,500 trees, and Tredyffrin removed 2,700 trees, according to the math that's on this
Well,
slide
yeah.
I'm looking at, correct?
That is the estimate
Or
of
it's an estimate, but.
yeah, of the
right.
township arborist.
Okay.
Now, a lot of trees have come down in Radnor for other reasons.
Right, in other
Yeah,
words,
so, yeah.
there's no control here for age of trees, type of trees, size of trees. So, I mean, I look at this, and to suggest that Radnor removes less trees than we do because he have an ordinance, I don't know how you draw that conclusion. I don't know how you draw a conclusion that we remove 8% more trees in the year than Radnor does because we don't have an ordinance, when there's no other controls for any other factor which could, move someone to remove a tree on their property, right? If our trees are older, then maybe more of our trees are coming down. I mean, to me, I got to say, I don't really see how we draw that conclusion from the numbers that are presented here.
Well, I would say the Radnor number, the 2,500, that was really 1 year by the township arborist, and it included a year when they took down all those trees by the Blue Route. They took down the trees along Route 30 where they built the track. They took down a lot of trees in 1 year, so I would not really base it on that. I would look at what I compare with Radnor is I look at what their individual lot provision is doing. And because they have that regulation in place, they're requiring the residents to plant 800 trees a year. So that's significant.
So,
And we're saying if we do that, then we would gain that probably more than 800 because we're a bigger township. And then on top of that, we would gain what we gained from the subdivision modifications for developers. So it's a significant portion of what we're losing by adopting this ordinance.
I'm still struggling to understand where we see this sort of resident clear cutting of specimen trees or multiple trees from people's properties, which is, I'm not really, I mean, I understand how there might be some effort to take a look at our land development ordinance and figure out a way that we can make sure that trees that are removed in developments are replaced. But there is a focus in this ordinance, in addition to that, there's a focus in what's proposed here to take a look at the trees in my yard and everyone else who owns a home in this municipality in their yard and say, if you want to remove a tree in your property, then you have to comply with these regulations. It can be, hold on, Mark.
That's not fair. That's really not fair.
Mark.
It's not what it says. We
It's not
just
one
heard a whole,
tree.
let me just speak for a second. We just heard a whole presentation about the 6-tree limit, the 6-inch limit. I don't think I mean, it's fine for you to make your
Mark,
comments, but
will
to
you
say
let
that
me
it's going to,
finish
well,
what
hold
I'm
on a
saying?
second. To say that we're going to regulate, and this is just an idea that's being discussed, that the proposal is to regulate someone taking down a single tree on their property, it's just not fair.
Mark, it says in what I'm reading here, and maybe I'm wrong, that if I want to remove a tree on my yard that's more than 30 inches in diameter, I have to get a permit to do it,
Okay.
right? Okay? There are certain specific, and look, I live on a property that, I mean, I am not encouraging anybody to remove trees. I've spent the amount of money, I've spent a small fortune on my property because I had 5 beech trees that all got diseased. And I've spent a lot of money with Mr. Ward to maintain the trees on my property, to fertilize them, to care for them. And I've lost some trees and I've removed some trees. But what I'm saying is there may be other reasonable reasons why someone might want to remove trees. For example, sight lines. If I have a property that's near a busy road, right? And, you know, I've got kids running in and out of the driveway. I've got pulling out onto a busy road. There could be a reason why I say, look, I have a large tree next to my driveway. I'm on a busy road. I want to remove the tree.
That would qualify as an exemption because it's under hazardous. It's considered a hazard. Sight lines are considered a hazard under the Radnor Code, so that would be considered. You would be able to remove that tree and there wouldn't be any issue. And I think our focus really is the people removing 10, 12, 15 trees on their property. It's not the person removing 1, 2, or 3 trees, even one big tree, because most cases, like you said, people are removing them for those exempt reasons. So I think you're like over.
There are some. You know, I can tell you. I'll admit, I moved into my house. Had a bunch of little kids. I had a backyard that did not have a single blade of grass. It was a bunch of trees of all various shapes and sizes. I removed some trees, more than 6 trees that were greater than 6 inches in diameter, because I wanted to create a play area for my children, who were very little at the time. That would not be exempt under this, as I read it. Is that correct?
If there were no other reasons for removing them, like
no, I didn't. No,
exempt
I wanted to have grass in my backyard.
Well, the point is, you could still remove the trees. No one is stopping you from removing the trees. Nothing in what we were saying tonight. It's the idea is that if you want to try to preserve tree canopy on a regional basis, at some point you have to start. If you take out healthy trees, you need to start replacing them. That's our whole point. If you take out a healthy tree, more than 5 healthy trees on your property that are more than 6 inches, then they should be replaced. If not on your property, then somewhere else in the township.
So at this point, I have to pay to have my tree removed. I have to get a permit from the township. I have to get an arborist in order to certify that what I'm doing meets the township standards. And then I have to pay for a replacement tree either on my property or someone else's. Is that correct?
Basically, but I think you have to look at, like Radnor, it's in use in Radnor, and I don't think it's caused any major trauma for the residents. I don't know.
But what I'm suggesting is it doesn't seem to have made very much difference either. And you know,
it would be a lot. They're planting 800 more trees with the individual lots and a lot more other ones. The fact that there's trees being lost because other decisions are being made in Radnor to clear things for parks or trails and stuff, that's a separate issue, really. So those were all included in those arborist numbers. So I would not take that number for an actual number for Radnor. So, I don't know, Doug, do you want to, or Ray, you
I mean,
want to add
so-
anything to the, no?
Yeah, I mean, just so I understand what the standard, and so if I remove a tree that's more than 25 feet from my home, that's also is not exempt, is that correct?
If it doesn't have any of those reasons, and it's more than 5 in 1 year, so like you could stagger it over a number of years.
Well, no, again, I've had immediate neighbors of mine, within 3 or 4 houses of mine, I've had 2 neighbors who had what appeared to be fully healthy trees that fell through the roof of their house. So, we got people in our neighborhood who say, every time the wind blows, I got some trees that are so close to my house, that are 50 feet from my house, and my wife says, should we go sleep in the basement? But what you're saying is that in order to remove those trees, they would fall under this ordinance.
We're just suggesting this be started as a dialogue. I don't know if anybody wants, that's in use with 14 out of the 18 municipalities have some sort of regulation on individual lots. I just think that, if you want to limit it to grading permits, that's another discussion. But I mean, for sure, if someone's doing a pool and they take down a bunch of trees, then wouldn't you expect those, wouldn't it be reasonable to expect that those trees be replanted?
Well, I think stepping back from the specifics of this particular ordinance, I think that the concern I have with this, and this may be shared by other residents of this township, is that I've owned a home in the township for 38 years, and all this time I thought I owned the trees on my property, and I could do with them what I thought was best. I did not clear-cut trees. I took care of trees. I spent a lot of money on the trees on my property. I pick up the leaves. I dispose of the leaves. I do all that stuff. But now, what we're saying is that the trees on my property are now under partial control of the township.
So I have a question.
And so that's the issue that I have. It's the township saying to me, the trees that are on my property are not mine to do with what I want.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How do you feel about stormwater?
What does that have to do with this?
What does it have to do with this?
Okay.
Everything.
It's everything.
I think stormwater should be dealt with.
Okay,
I think that there could be some positive steps on stormwater, but
not this way.
But hold on, is taking control of my trees the right step to take? I mean, is this, that's the point.
How do you feel about stormwater and stormwater control? That's my question. Is it important to you?
It's important to me.
Thank you.
Okay? It's important to me. But is it going to come to a point where the township says, okay, not only are we going to control your trees, but you must put a rain garden on your property. Every property must have a rain garden.
If you increase your house more than 500 square feet, do you have to put a rain garden on your property?
We already
No.
say that.
No, you have to
What do you
man-
mean?
You
no?
have to.
You're a supervisor. You know what the regulations are.
You have to manage the stormwater. You don't have to put a rain garden there.
You have to. You
You
don't
have to manage the stormwater.
You have to
Am I right,
manage your
Mr. Burgo?
stormwater. What we're trying to do here, these people have taken a lot of time and
I
thought
understand
and went through a whole list of exemptions, and less than, it has to be more than 5, less than 5. I haven't studied it, but that's the purpose of this, and that's why we call it a tree canopy. I'm not an expert arborist. I'm not a stormwater engineer, but I know that this helps, and I know that flipping it around, keeping trees is a wonderful thing. Yes, people can cut trees. Nobody, as Ann said, nobody is prohibited from cutting a tree down. But depending on the size and depending if it isn't exempt, you might have to go through a process to do that. That's all. Why? Because maybe it'll have an impact on other people. Maybe it'll have an impact of stormwater, and it'll be and some people will look at it as a large price to pay for personal freedom. Other people will say, wow, I want to really cut this big tree down on my house. I really don't know why. It's not near the driveway. It's not a sightline issue. It's not going to fall on my house, I don't think. So, I'll jump through the process and I'll do it. And I'll get a tree to go somewhere else. Mike, I understand, Mr. Heberg, I understand exactly sort of what you're feeling, but this isn't an attempt to take over everybody's ownership of trees or everybody's ability to deal with their own trees on their own properties.
Well, I beg to differ because it really is, right? I mean, I can't call up, under the terms of this ordinance, I can't call up the tree guy and say, hey, look, you know what? This tree, I want to remove it because it could be a threat to the house. It's 50 feet away from my house. And believe me, there's a tree on my property that fits but it's a 75 or 80 foot tall tree. If it falls in the direction of my house, it will, it will fall on the house.
No, but,
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting
Mr. Hebert, let me just say one thing. There isn't an ordinance that's written here. There's something that's proposed, something that's out there for discussion. If we draft an ordinance, let's say we just draft an ordinance, and as you know, having been a former supervisor, these things don't come out and are pristine, they're perfect, and they come out as drafted. That's why we have discussions with, and why we're having a discussion today. But until you see a final product, and you've had that discussed, either it will be accepted or it won't be accepted. And so this is an attempt of a fine group of citizens, your citizens who own properties, who own trees, who care about their properties and their trees and their personal freedom, who did the best they could here. So this is not written in stone, but we appreciate your comments, and we're going to have to move on here at some point.
I'm offering some input, and I think your idea of personal freedom is important. And that's the overriding concern that I think all of us should look at, is whether or not we're willing to sacrifice our ability to control our own property. Is there a cost?
And what about, hold on a second, what about common responsibility to our fellow people in the community?
To do what?
Yeah, I hear personal freedom, but what about responsibility? With freedom comes responsibility.
Yeah.
What about responsibility to our neighbors?
So if I cut down one of my trees, then I have shirked I have sort of sort of poked my neighbor in the eye.
If you want to use the slippery slope argument because you don't have a good answer, that's fine. But what I'm asking you is, you want to talk about personal freedom. We can sit here all night and talk about personal freedom. We all want our liberties. We all believe in liberty. But with liberty comes responsibility too.
And I'm willing to take my responsibilities, and I think you know I do.
Well, could I make my comments, Mr. Heber? Mr. Heber, sir? Could I make a couple comments just in response? I'd like to start with a couple of things that we agree with. I think we agree with the fact that we need to do something about stormwater, that stormwater is not an issue that one property or one person in the township can deal with. It's a bigger issue, and we're trying to deal with that. So I think that's one thing we agree with. I think a second thing that we agree with is the fact that tree cover does improve stormwater management. The third thing that I think we agree with is the fact that living in a township, there are a reasonable set of restrictions that the township can place on you, such as you can't just open a glue factory on your property and without there are people around. So we agree that there are restrictions that the township can place as part of the process of being part of the township and getting township services. So we agree on those. And I've heard your comments, I've heard the input of those people. I think there are legitimate concerns, and you represent one view. There are other views out there. So thank you for your comments. I'm sure we'll take them into consideration as we draft the ordinance.
Yeah,
I don't want to, let me just say this. I don't want to, everybody else is going to get a chance to talk, but this young man, this young scout who did a lot of work on a part of Wilson Farm Park is just going to briefly, a separate acknowledgement, if you don't mind, and then he will come up. He was scheduled first thing on the agenda at item number 3. So, Julie, if you'll.
Yeah, we would come on up. We would like to recognize Dermot Brialt from Malvern Troop 7 for completing his Eagle Scout service project for the benefit of the Tredyffrin Township Environmental Advisory Council. Dermot designed and erected a shed located in Wilson Farm Park for EAC storage as part of his project towards achieving his Eagle Scout rank. We really appreciate this. I know that the EAC is very excited about the shed, and thank you for choosing this project for the township. And we have this.
Mr. Onestad. Mr. Onestad, on behalf of the EAC.
Yes, thank you. The chair of the EAC couldn't be here. I am Doug Onestad, the vice chair of the Environmental Advisory Council, and I just want to thank Dermot for all of his work, hard work. The end product ended up being amazing. We are already using it to store a whole bunch of equipment that we've used to do one rain garden so far and to plant trees in 2 of our parks. So it's already being utilized, and it's been a great addition to our township. So thank you very much on behalf of the Environmental Advisory Council.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just, because I'm a little confused based on, I just want to make sure I understand what, and this is not an ordinance, obviously, this is just a PowerPoint with some ideas. What you're proposing as far as this tree canopy program is there's certain thresholds by which that you have to have before you even are subject to a permit or having to, what are those thresholds?
First, there are the 5, you have to be removing more than 5 trees that are greater than 6 inches in a given year.
Or if it's, I think Mr. Hebert said if you've got one 30-inch tree?
Well, the goal was to also protect the larger trees, so like if you had one 30-inch tree, but it would be a tree that was not hazardous. So most times when people are removing big trees,
That's going to be my next
because they're
question.
afraid of them being hazardous. So I think if you your contention is that tree is posing a threat to your property, I don't think the reviewing arborist or would ever challenge that.
So unless you're dealing with a very large tree, it's basically a 5-tree threshold.
Right.
Okay. And then,
I think they give a pretty
and even
big-
in that 5-tree threshold, there's certain exceptions, right?
Right. So
Like,
then.
so what are those exceptions? Like you mentioned
So
hazard.
that it would have to be 5 viable trees. The non-viable trees, you can remove any amount of trees. So I think if you look at most tree removals, they're a mixture. You know, people are taking down 10 or 12 trees in their property. They're probably maybe a number of them would be non-viable trees. So you might be a few trees that were considered viable, and we'd tell the property owner, okay, you have to plant 3 or 4 trees. And I don't know why people, if they're taking down that many trees on their property, they wouldn't be amenable to replanting some of them.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to.
I don't understand
so
that.
disease trees is one reason that the number wouldn't even trigger, it doesn't matter how
No.
many. Any other reasons that you could have a lot of line of sight?
Right,
is an issue
anything
we
that
heard?
poses a hazard, and John Hosbeck
Right.
considers line of sight a hazard, closeness to the house, maybe over the driveway where you might have a car, things, I think there's a fairly good, I think it's the way that it's reviewed, they tend to give the homeowner the benefit of the doubt. What we're trying to get a handle on is people removing 10, 12, 14 trees all at once, and that has an impact on the whole neighborhood. And if they do that, then we feel they should be required to replant the viable ones.
And I know, and this came up obviously a little bit, and maybe we jumped into the specifics of what your PowerPoint was. And again, as I understand it, you're not proposing an ordinance at this time. There's no ordinance language. It's just a general concept. What triggered this? Where did this idea come from? What problem are you trying to address, if any?
Well, the problem is if the number of trees that have been coming down recently in Tredyffrin.
But why is that
And the increase of
important?
storms, and that, I think as a task force, we looked at everything that we could possibly do to reduce stormwater runoff.
So it's related to stormwater.
Oh, sure. You want to come up? Okay. Yeah, and the tree canopy is so important to holding the water and reducing the intensity of storms. And I think with the growing intensity of storms, the thought is, what would the township be like if it continues to lose tree canopy? We've already seen significant increase in the amount of runoff. If we allow the tree canopy to deteriorate, like Philadelphia went from 26 to 20% in 10 years. Abington went from 48 to 42%. I mean, it's a regional problem all the townships are starting to address, looking at their tree canopy, developing ways to protect it, replacing trees that are coming down. So this is a regional issue everyone is working on now. And as you saw in our municipal comparison, 14 out of the 18 peer municipalities have some sort of regulations for individual lots. Now,
And you did an estimate and I know, but I just want to make sure I understood. You're estimating and I know you've looked at other townships to see what kind of programs they have, but Tredyffrin, just forgetting what anyone else is doing around us, you're estimating that without even taking into account what the developers are doing, a program like this could save 900 trees a year?
Right, 800 is what I had,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
And the point is, that's no cost to the township. Okay, well, the resident has to plant some trees, but why wouldn't you want to plant, if you're taking down a whole bunch of trees, why wouldn't you at least want to replant the healthy ones? That's what we're saying, and that's what we're recommending. So it's some sort of, it's an incentive, and that's what we
Ms.
recommend.
Murphy, I have a question before you sit down, and I thought about this when we were talking about the stormwater. And maybe the group didn't contemplate this yet, but my question was, would the compensatory fees paid for removing trees be eligible for use for private land next to creeks or streams to rebuffer the creek edges with the bushes or trees, or is it contemplated that those fees would go to put more trees in the township's parks?
Well, our understanding, I believe, from the township solicitor, is that generally these funds that would come from this might be restricted to, I don't know, what is your read on that?
I don't know, you haven't
haven't
been
looked at
asked,
that yet.
I haven't asked to look at it yet, but usually they're not, I would agree with you. You would think it would be, the payment is in lieu of you doing the planting, so therefore you would be required to do the planting, not be used to help somebody else sort of offset their costs. That's typically what a fee in lieu is.
I understand that, Mr. McKenna, but a lot of people suffer downstream because other people upstream don't buffer those areas. So
Understood.
I was just wondering, from that standpoint, if that would apply. Thank you.
I think some townships have some sort of grant program, so that might be something, but we would have to explore that down the road. There's a lot in this that hasn't been specified yet. So, did you want to add something?
I'm adding to Ann, their official response from the stormwater. She asked me to add in.
Okay.
The stormwater, because I want to make sure people truly understand what we're talking about when we say that cutting down trees impacts stormwater. Trees hold a lot of water. If you were ever outside at the beginning of a rainstorm, and you notice how dry it is underneath the tree, a big tree, for a long period of time, while the rest of the area is getting wet, that is the retention of the water on the leaves. And we're talking about tons, not like thousands of tons of water. When you lose thousands of trees, you're losing tons of water that normally would never even hit the ground, because eventually it gets overwhelmed, but that tree will always hold that water during that storm. In addition, trees also, their roots go into the ground and reduce the water table. All of your stormwater, or most of your stormwater remediations that you have are ineffective if the water table rises too high, because in the capacity of whatever containers they're using or open cavities that they're using, if they're already partially filled because the water table is too high, they're not as effective. So trees hold multiple reasons why it improves stormwater in this township, including the holding of the water that's no longer running down your yard and in your neighbor's yards, and pulling the water from the ground to reduce that water table so that the ground can absorb more water, and the stormwater capacity and the regulations that we have and be more effective. So this is not minor, this is major. Whenever you cut down all the trees, you're making stormwater much, much worse throughout the township. So I just want to make sure that was clear to everyone. People talk about stormwater abstractly when it comes to trees, but that's what trees do. They really do mitigate these rainstorms a lot. And if you cut them down and allow them to deteriorate by thousands of trees, you're making it worse each year. And I think that the citizens have spoken pretty loudly and clearly that we don't want to make it worse. We want to make it better. So if you allow more trees to be cut down, then you won't. And I also just want to make clear that none of our proposals will stop anyone from cutting down a tree anywhere. It's just you have to replant the trees, so again, you're not causing that externality cost. If you study economics, externality costs, you're hitting your neighbors. When you cut down the trees, that's more water. It's going to hit their yards. So that's what that's about in terms of the stormwater impact.
Thank you. Can we have your name, sir?
My name is Chris Mather, and I live at 881 Contention Lane. Hi, Patrick. I'm Martin. And to your question, what impact does it have on stormwater? The canopy, as the gentleman said, is like a sponge when you have the trees. It soaks up water. On the top 1 square inch of that drawing, there are no trees now. 2.5 months ago, the West Wind Drive stormwater drain was exposed. And Tredyffrin Township's contractor removed a tree outside of the easement, though he could have taken a 15-year-old tree instead of the 30-year-old, and still got his machinery in to do the work. His exact words were, "Yeah, I know, you're right, but if I take it out now, it's better for Tredyffrin in the long run." And it wasn't my tree, because the property was 855 Contention Lane. Then you have Ida. That was like 2 weeks before Ida. Then we have Ida. It gets exposed again. They put in, as Mr. Patrick knows, a design, and the design originally showed a reinforced bank on 881 and a reinforced bank on 885 with a new town sewer pipe reinforcement encasement, but only one side was affected. The township, for some reason, decided to do both sides, which was their prerogative because they have the easement there. But to do it, what they ended up doing is they took out the entire embankment on the left side, reinforcement, even though they admitted in an email that it was to do repair work that I received as a result of what had happened during Tropical Storm Fred. And I had put the township on notice on August the 30th to get it fixed before Ida came, and they didn't. They then did something worse. They gave me a design, and in the design it says it cannot be used to remove plantations and trees because there's a question of ownership, of who owns those trees. The day, that was on September the 7th. On September the 13th, the township at 7:09 a.m. sent me an email saying, "We've changed our mind. We're no longer going to do any of your embankment. We're just going to limit it to 855. And oh, by the way, we're cutting that back too." And they realigned the bank. And every one of you've got eyes. Not one of you may be an engineer, but you can go and look at it. And you're not morons, because you wouldn't be where you are if you were. You can only come up with one conclusion. The design is flawed, because what it did is the flow which used to be this way is now this way. And on top of that, they put in the encasements and elevated them 6 inches above the current cap. So now we have, think of a policeman's bottle. You've got the stream, which is the bottle. Now you turn it upside down, and now you've got, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize you've increased the velocity and you've directed it right at my property. Now going to that picture, you'll see there's a dark green tree in the light corner. That carries the PICO lines for both properties, 881 and 855. It's lost about 35% of its soil since construction was completed. And other than the 30 minutes of rain on Saturday, there's been no meaningful rainfall. What has happened is the design has done exactly what I told them it was going to do. And I'm an expert witness, and I've had 2 other people, expert witnesses, come, and they can't believe it was allowed to go through. But the other thing is, it says on the drawing, it wasn't stamped and it was not to be constructed to. And it was. So what's the consequence? The consequence is I'm losing my bank, which is now, I've lost 2 foot at the front and 1 foot at the back. My neighbor's losing a tree. I'm going to lose 3 more trees. Now, the township, in its ordinance, should have a restriction that when you send out the utilities, like you did for me, to get access to my property, it says that any tree that has to be removed has to be marked before removal. Because your contractor is the same guy, and he's I don't know what the word is, politely. He just does what he wants. And the drawing allows him to do that because if you look at what was in the first drawing versus the second drawing, they removed the stipulation about not removing plantations. And they've increased the chance of erosion of the bank because if you look at what you constructed, you'll see you left a half moon, which when the stream is at full force coming down Contention Lane and Trout Creek from Tea Garden, it hits it, and it's just going to wipe that tree out. And I can't even think what the next rainfall is going to be like when it gets to 3 inches. But those are the things you need to do. Tell people you can't remove a tree within your easement area unless it's marked off. So you have your engineer, Darren or somebody else, mark off that this tree truly falls within your easement. And the reason I gave you that, I'm being a bit of a smartass here. The reason I gave you those 2 pictures is I sent those to council and to William this morning, saying fix it. Because the first part shows how the stream used to run, and the more recent one, as of yesterday, shows how the township built it and is now making a water ramp. And if you look at the line of that ramp, do you know where it goes? It goes straight to my front door. And I want it fixed. And I'm not going to be responsible for the damages. Because I've done it 3 times, and I've asked you for 3 years to fix it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I wanted to comment. I live about 100 yards away from you. I don't know if you knew that. I live at 403 Churchill Drive, and I did come by your property after the September 1st storm,
Right.
September 5th, and I did take a great deal of pictures that day that I'm willing to share with everybody else. And I went back again after the repairs were made and again took pictures from several angles. So I just want to let you know that I definitely care what's going on. I know that all the floodwater issues affect our neighborhood greatly, and that your house is one that's very important in that grouping, you know, where Trout Creek comes down and overpowers the banks.
Do you know I offered to sell it to the township so that they could alleviate and take the west wind stormwater drive and run it under my driveway to alleviate the flow? Because what you may not realize is that you get the water coming down both ends of Contention, along with west wind, along with Contention, along with the water from the backyard of Old State Road.
Yes, I've been looking at USGS maps, topographical maps that show where the different tributaries come from.
I can show you movies.
I've looked at historical maps. I've been looking at it where the water is coming from and where it seems to have been either buried or diverted. Because I think all of that is important to the solution. So I just wanted to let you know that.
The township, in the right to know form that I submitted, admitted the document wasn't stamped. I've asked twice now at least the designer to supply their calculations because I said at the time, and I say it today, that it wasn't correctly designed. Yet you went ahead and built to it, even though the designer said don't build unless it's stamped, and it wasn't stamped. And you may think I'm being stupid, but if you walked around the corner of my property, you should see how many trees were wiped out further down. You're not even talking about the consequential damage done downstream to trees. All because of a stupid, arrogant system that will not listen to the people who are impacted the most at that location. And when I bought that house, the township told me it wasn't in a flood zone. Fact.
I have seen the backyards of several of those homes on like Lower Coldstream, so that you could, again, I saw them like just days after the storm where I could photograph even the debris line and the bushes and the trees and see how high the water had gotten. And I agree, it's very scary. So,
but do you know it's going to get worse now because of this new design? Because if you're more than welcome, you have my permission to go and look at what has happened since the construction was completed on September the 22nd, according to the engineer when they wrote me a letter. But you will see not only the alignment and wonder why the hell they pointed it at a house when before it was pointed at the back. They also encroached and brought in the slope 4 feet on the 855 side. So we lost 19%. So you narrowed it 19%, you raised it 6 inches, and now you've got trees taken down that shouldn't have been taken down. We're going to lose a tree because it got eroded because of design, and we're getting other trees that are, if you go around at the corner, you'll see 3 trees, big trees. Mm-hmm. I don't know how, probably at least 2 feet. You have to ask my wife.
Mr. Mather, you've had, I'm not trying to cut you short, but you've had your time, and we've heard and we understand and we appreciate it. So there are other.
Just one more thing while he's up at the stand, if you don't mind. It's not related to the tree ordinance, but I saw your jacket is Conestoga Rugby.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to congratulate the Conestoga Rugby teams for winning 2nd in state this past weekend.
I can't take credit for that. I started the girls team back in the 2002, and I loved it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mather. Ray, ma'am, you wanted to come up, but I just want to ask one question. Do you have something to say here, Ray, to finish up the Stormwater Task Force report? I know there's the bottom, the end of that. Excuse me? No, go ahead, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Good evening, my name is Erin Van Yaries.
Yes.
I am a certified arborist here in Tredyffrin. I was an arborist in New York State, a certified arborist, and have been a certified arborist for the last 30 plus years for the state of Delaware and Pennsylvania. And I just want to let you know that I hear what the advisory board has, the amount of time they've put together. I appreciate that. I just don't think you should be lumping trees just in stormwater management and creating an ordinance for that, because you are opening up a can of worms with other subject matters that these 2 gentlemen have spoken about. Trees are near and dear to my heart. It's a very emotional issue, but it's also scientific. And in looking at the report, the one thing that I know is iTree is a very powerful tool available to all the citizens, not just the Forest Service. And I think that's a really important tool that you're using. But that's not all. You also have different liaisons here in the state, such as our land-grant college here in Pennsylvania to be Penn State. So I'm not sure if you've approached anyone at the Penn State University to discuss these municipal ordinances that you're hoping to institute. You don't have to recreate what's already available free of charge, because it's right to know. And I know that you've spent a lot of time, and I do appreciate that, but there are many ramifications to what you're about to approach from a municipal standpoint. And the reason is because I also attend meetings in Maryland, and the gentleman that spoke about his property and his taking care of the trees now has opened up a can of worms about people's private trees that they want to take down, whether it's to build a house next to an open lot that had trees on it. So I'm just saying, approach this very carefully, because right now in the state of Maryland, just on the bordering of the DC, there are so many ordinances and the fees based on the DBH of trees and the permit fee and replacement sizes of trees. You're getting into what can be very expensive to the citizens of this township, when in fact, here we are planting trees in parks, and as I just walk in Wilson Park, the amount of trees that I see that are damaged by the township grass mowing maintenance staff is horrendous. So if you really want to talk about caring about trees, look at what you're doing with the park trees.
Mrs. Vaniaris, we treasure Wilson Farm Park and every one of our parks. And our public works people don't go around just needlessly
I'm not saying that.
cutting the grass and damaging trees. I really, I just
It's
don't-
education.
you can disagree with every word out of my mouth.
Yep.
But you don't put those folks down who do that work and take their time and take care of our parks and take care of our signature park with honor.
As a
And that's how
citizen,
they
as I
work.
walk the trails, I see damage, and it's not just recent damage, it's year after year.
Why
So
don't we-
that's
why
something
don't-
that I can help you out with as an
you.
arborist and help, educate the importance of care and maintenance
Thank
of
you.
trees.
And let me just also say this, and I heard you say some good things about the work of
Yes.
the Citizen Stormwater Advisory Task Force. I don't think that they are, and I can't speak, I don't think that they are approaching the tree canopy solely as a stormwater exercise. I think it's a holistic exercise that they're approaching. That Mr. Onestad and also Ann Murphy, when they spoke, they talked about focusing people on stormwater because that is such a big issue, that cutting down trees also affects stormwater. It wasn't say, oh, we're not looking at aesthetics, we're not looking at other issues, we're not looking at carbon dioxide, we're not looking at the carbon benefits of trees. So, I object to that too, and I don't, I haven't done the study, they have.
Right.
So,
Yeah, there
let's
are
be
many
fair
benefits.
when you put your view of what they're doing, and you're entitled to that.
Correct.
But they're looking holistically at the whole situation, so.
Yes, and I
But
agree.
many people out there or over there where the cameras are don't know the effect of trees on stormwater management. So that's what they're trying to focus on, the unknown.
Right. So if residents need to find out about the benefits of trees, they can actually go to the society I belong to, International Society of Arboriculture. And it talks to citizens that want to know about trees, and it will give you all the statistical information. And I'm sure the task force has used that information. The one thing I want to correct is on the slide, you talked about ash trees and them dying. It's not a disease, it's an insect, okay?
I said ash borer. I said emerald ash borer.
Well, on the slide, it said a disease, and in fact, we're dealing, the other problem that we're dealing with for the last 15, 20 years is bacterial leaf scorch on red oaks. So this is not all just happening because of stormwater. It's also because of saturated ground and wind throw, which is a very big port.
And insects.
And
All of that
insects.
stuff hasn't gone away, and we know that, and they
Right.
know that, but we haven't had, see, you also, I think, mentioned the other jurisdictions with ordinances, And our folks, I'm glad that they, in the study, list out what these other jurisdictions.
Correct.
But that's not because they're the gold standard or platinum standard or whatever standard. It's whatever, with other things, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here.
Correct.
So,
And that's great.
and to me, that's a positive thing.
Yes.
And they've taken other things. For example, the 5 tree, you got to have the 5-3 threshold before other things. Our ordinance really clamp down on you.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that they do that, not that they have to, start from whole cloth. So.
Right. So I'm hoping that this is going to be available for community comment. It is here tonight. I hope that the tree ordinance, you're going to put some funding behind that, because it's not just planting trees, it's then maintaining trees. And the reason why I say is because we now have these concrete barriers on Old Lancaster Avenue. They're the rain gardens, and I don't see anyone using plant material in those rain gardens. And to me, there are stones, there's gravel. Maybe you're slowing the water down, but do you know rain gardens actually have plant material in it?
Yes, we know, and that's an interestingly snide remark, but we know that. And we have it, the EAC has a wonderful program of rain. I don't know if
It's
you know
not a
that.
snide comment, it's an observation, it's
Okay,
my
that's
observation.
okay. That's fine.
So I'm sorry if you took it that way.
No,
but
I apologize
at this
for that.
point, we're talking about follow-through. So I know that was a great initiative, and I appreciate it, but, the education to the people that have those rain gardens in front, and then continuing to supply information or fill them with plant material, native plants that in fact absorb the water instead of rocks. This is subject matter that is new to us in the township, and I think besides going to arborists that have an interest, a financial interest, you should be reaching out to township arborists that have no affiliation to a company, consulting arborists that are here in the township or within the Chester County area, and getting some advice from those people. Because I think, you get a very skewed opinion of arborists that are making money for services they do provide. But I'm glad you have that statistic there, and I hope you continue to fine-tune what you have here, because it's a very in-depth process, and before you start drafting an ordinance, there's a lot more work that needs to be defined, such as hazard tree. What is that considered? There's terminology we need to clarify before you step into, drafting an ordinance. Let me just see here. One last thing. And my last comment is, I do think you need to have a separate shade tree commission, because I would like to see more community input, and I would like to have citizen comments other than just in this room at this time at this Board of Supervisors meeting. So if in fact you have the ability to, reach out to other tree huggers, I suggest that that's how you work this shade tree ordinance, is by setting up a shade tree commission, because it's been very successful in other townships, and it includes citizen involvement. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Ms. Yaris. Hello. Excuse me, Ms. Van Yaris.
Yes.
I just want to say, I think I just heard you volunteer, and I think to participate. So thank you for volunteering, and I'm sure when the time comes, we'll be reaching out to you.
Thank you.
Good evening, John Ferrero, 203 Pennington Road.
Hey, John.
Paoli. How you doing? Just real quick, I think there's a benefit, an opportunity here of just not using a stick, but also using a carrot. I think giving benefit for people who put in many trees on their property or add trees to their property maybe would allow them to have credit from a stormwater perspective, especially as it comes down through the code. So I'm just asking if maybe you would consider that along the way.
Like an incentive, yeah.
Because you may get a lot more involvement from people as they put in a patio or a walkway or whatever. You may get them to voluntarily put trees in and shrubs in along the way if they're going to get credit. Commercial development does get credit and is allowed credit. Some of the grant money that we got, that the township got, was based off of putting 800 trees in. So the township is getting credit for it. Why can't the residents? The commercial is getting credit for it. Why can't the residents? So I'm just saying use the carrot now and balance it with the stick. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Margot Jansen. I live at 1665 Russell Road in Paoli. I did submit, and I'm really thankful to all the hard work for this task force. Over the 12 years we've lived at our house, all of a sudden we have a lake in the middle of our front yard, which didn't happen when we first moved there. And, you know, not that it's anybody's worry but ours, but our house is built on dirt. We don't even have to have a basement to replace. We have dirt. So aside from that, though, I think that the tree situation and a great idea that the man just mentioned about replacing and caring for the trees is really important. Pizzotti Brothers has been taking care of our properties for 30 years. We have Mr. Pizzotti come every year to spray the trees that are 30, 40 feet tall so we don't lose them. I don't know how much our township actually does that in Wilson Park Farm. I'm sure that they're not beat up, but how much do you care for the trees that are there with the insect protection and what you can do? But aside from that, one of the things I can share about this township in general, because of the age of my home, is that when we moved in, there was a pool in the backyard that was 40 feet by 20 feet and 12 feet deep. It was built in 1929. It sat with bullfrogs for 4 years when we first moved in. But the thing that was really interesting is that the pool sat, the structure of the pool, the concrete, sat about 6 inches above the ground level. And we all know that's not how it was built. So this was a little perspective on what's happening in our township about the flow of the entire plain. And this comes down to development for me, in my opinion. Trees are great, but what are all you guys doing and the Planning Commission in terms of development, and how are you, with your decisions, changing the perspective of our township that Mother Nature also is involved with? And how seriously do you look at every nuance when you approve and you say yes to specific development issues? Because every time we change the landscape of our township, we are doing something, as the man said earlier, that interferes with what already exists. And we're kind of becoming cityfied, but when you take away what's existing and you take away what is the normal flow, we are, I think, creating these problems at the same time. I don't want to hear about how 100-year storms and all. We are responsible as well. But guess what? You guys are above us in responsibility because you're the ones that say yes and you're the ones that say no. So I would urge you to send out your engineers. Really look at things. Really know. Do what Sharon did. I commend you. I commend you for your email tonight because that specificity was not on the agenda. And you all should be out there looking, how does the water flow? Because you do work for us. Congratulations. But you work for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And some of us up here, many of us up here, go to different stormwater areas, problems, meet with residents all the time, examine, think, care, try to get the money, try to get grants, make sure that we have the money to do the projects. When we look at new projects that are come before us or the planning committee, the planning commission, we talk to the planning commission occasionally. When it's our responsibility to make that decision, whether it's a conditional use, we impose those conditions. We care about this township. So yes, sometimes we don't make the perfect decision. Sometimes there has to be compromise. Sometimes the law doesn't permit it. But we are taking all of these tasks, all of these issues, all of these concerns to heart. And yes, we do work for you. So thanks. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jamie Godfrey. I reside at 110 Coldstream Drive. I'm a resident directly, every time we have a storm, heavily impacted by the storms. I'm not here to say fix our problems, because I think the problems that reside in our township are a lot larger than our township. The canopy, I think is a great idea, but I think the canopy extends beyond just our backyards, Wilson Farm, and all our parks. Because I do walk through our parks constantly, and in the short period that, in 5 years, for example, the lanternfly in Mill Road Park has decimated hundreds of trees, and every time a storm comes now, it just knocks them over. So I think some of the things that we're seeing is out of the, the BOS is, you can't control that. You can't control Mother Nature. You can't control the storms. But it's really upsetting, though, to see we're worrying about just our backyards and our neighbors and the trees and everything, but Valley Forge with the ash beetle, they're talking about 20% of Valley Forge Mountain in 20 years will have no trees on it because they're all ashes right now, and that beetle is killing trees rapidly. We're just not seeing the effects right now. So as the stormwater task, is working, these are things we need to consider as well, is that a lot of our canopy outside of our backyards and also areas far, far away from here are starting to change. Before I moved here, I lived in Manayunk, and Manayunk is very prone to flooding. And one of the floods, I remember one year saying, where's all this water coming from? How come Main Street's flooded? The reason being is stormwater upstream in the Schuylkill River with storm melt. We didn't have any rain, but that melt comes downstream. Personally, my own home, on August 18th, we're all talking about the hurricane, but 10 days prior to the hurricane this year, on August 18th, I know the townships are very aware of it, but we had even a more substantial storm because more water fell in a much quicker period of time. And my personal home, I'm going to say it's about 11 times we've had a flooding situation where our house is surrounded by water. During those times, it's quite fearful. But this last time, the water was so powerful, the actual sewer backed up into our home. So I have no floors right now in my house in the first floor because we had a sewage situation where we had to rip out all of our wood floors. It's very concerning, and I know you guys are working on something, but every year it's 2 to 3 storms. When I first moved here 11 years ago, it was maybe once a year. I think as these problems are becoming more prolific and the storms are becoming harsher, I only hope that we can kind of see everything that's going on and try and make better decisions that help us all. And when I say that, I look around in my local neighborhood after each and every storm, and I see the devastation, but I can see why it's happening. A lot of our infrastructure is old, a lot of our infrastructure is deteriorated, and it wasn't built yesterday, it was built 40, 50 years ago. A lot of the culverts that we have, they're just simple little pipes, and it's like bathtubs. We're blocking that water up, it's coming up over the roads, coming in people's front doors, coming up my toilet. So I think some of these issues is how we're managing that water as it comes running down. And I know it's expensive, but I know a lot of citizens are willing to help. And I don't see why we can't kind of maybe add like a sewer tax or something that helps us manage some of this water as it's coming rushing down all over. That whole I would say from Old Eagle School Road to 252, that hill there, it all comes rushing down into Trail Creek. So it's not just me. I know 2 other homes that had sewage problems on the August 18th. But, 10 days later, another hurricane's coming, and it's fearful that you go to bed at night thinking that, what am I going to do with my car? So now every time it rains, and we know there's substantial rain, we move our cars to a neighbor to higher ground. I did lose my car the very first year I moved here, but we're used to the storms. We're used to the flooding. It doesn't damage the inside of our house, but this time it did. And I don't want to see that happen again. I know Trail Creek, there's been a lot of work done on it. It does seem some of the sewage problems that we're having down on our end is because that stream is just out of control. And we're really not doing anything about it. I know up on Contention Lane, where the railroad tracks are, the bank is maybe up to my knee, and it doglegs to go underneath the bridge 50 yards away. When it storms just an inch or 2 of rain, it doesn't even bother going through that tunnel. It comes right up over Contention, down Contention, and once it hits Contention, it comes right down Old State Road, knocks down the baseball field, connects with Trout Creek. These are some of our issues. The water is not being retained where it's supposed to go. I do have an environmental science background, and I know that streams don't stay their course forever. They meander, they change. Not only do the streams take different courses, but so does runoff. The runoff patterns, if you look at satellite maps of our area, in the past 25 years, they've drastically changed. And you can see it if you walk through any of our parks, you can see Valley Creek, Trout Creek, the amount of sand and sediment that's all over the banks is because they're no longer really streams. They're runoff. They're carrying huge volumes of water very, very quickly, carrying massive debris down, and then it's gone, and it becomes just a dry riverbed. So I hope, I'll maybe enlighten you, but I know your jobs are difficult, and I really love where I live. I love our parks. I love our trees. And to quote Dr. Seuss, my name is Mr. Onceler. I speak for the trees, for they have no tongues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, but we're...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, but rest assured, without going into absolutely any detail, we have money that we're using, that we're working on projects big and small. We are in the throes of climate change, and we can do what we can do. We can't do everything, and we're looking to the future. We're working on sustainable long-term funding sources for stormwater and other things in our township, and we will be coming out with ideas, plans for comments, and I say winter, which goes to March 21st. So we will. And unfortunately, some of these things you said, like the streams change course. Yes, I don't know how much we can do to control that, because if you try to jam them into a pipe, it's just not going to work. They're going to move anyway. So, I had something else to say. It went out of my head. But we're working on everything that you said.
I know things are happening, but I think probably a good place to start would be a really good study from an outside party to come in and really look deeply at...
Guess what? We have a RFQ out there for that very thing. So, we will be having an RFQ out there. I shouldn't, not this very minute, but we will. And for that very action. Mr. Burgo, did you have something that you wanted to say, or you wanted?
No,
I'm sorry. It's just.
No, I think I just had an item to say is in regards to the previous comment about Russell Road in that area. One of the persons they were talking about stormwater projects. It was very timely when they were saying about staff and township folks coming out, and I do reiterate what Murph had indicated. Township staff were just out in that area. Actually, we have Chuck Marshall in here from Trout Unlimited and the Valley Creek Restoration Partnership. The Valley Creek group just got a grant from DEP, and they've been coordinating with the township, which is in our budget for 2022. We're going to be looking at doing some infiltration stormwater projects in various areas of Krabby Creek. It's a continuation of a multi-year kind of effort that the township's been working on with the Valley Creek groups over a number of years. But we were just in that area looking literally right in front of your house on Russell Road. We were looking down on Sheldrake and Maple and a number of other roadways in that Krabby Creek upper watershed. So, we know your property exactly where it is, and we were out in that area, so it's, the township staff understand that, and we are, working the best we can to try to get some solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Burgo. Supervisor Freed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I know we've got at least one more comment. I'm hearing sort of a dichotomy of comments tonight. On the one hand, I'm hearing some real concern. Frankly, we've been hearing it for years, but particularly the last couple of months, I think we've heard it a lot, the need for a stormwater plan, a need for stormwater controls. And this stormwater group has spent an awful lot of time on a multifaceted approach to dealing with stormwater. They brought forth one idea tonight of probably, I'd say, 5 or 6 ideas you've been working on, but obviously we can't do them all at one time, so you brought forward one, which I'm sure you thought was probably the easy one, right? And maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not. Maybe it's right for Tredyffrin, maybe it's not. But first of all, I like I'm sure everyone up here, and I'm sure all your fellow citizens appreciate the effort you've put in. On the other hand, I'm hearing resistance to different solutions. I think, and as the chairman said, on infrastructure, and I think the last gentleman's point was excellent. We have huge infrastructure issues. We're spending a tremendous amount of time and money on trying to fix infrastructure. I think 50% of the federal money we received went to stormwater. I think our capital improvement budget is overloaded and frankly in deficit in our attempts to address stormwater infrastructure. Mr. Burgo is overloaded and in deficit from his attempts to try and address stormwater issues. And I think you're right, sir. I think it costs money. And my fear is that on the one hand, we have a recognized problem that I think some people want to solve, and certainly everyone wants to talk about. And on the other hand, we've got solutions, and my fear, and maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, is that whatever solution we come up with is going to be shot down for one reason or another. You talked about money and the expense, and I tell you, the capital cost to try and fix some of this infrastructure this year, next year, is tremendous. If this group or this board or somebody proposes, and I'm not saying I want it or it's even a good idea, a stormwater fee, are people going to support that? Or are people going to line up and say, no, we can't do, our taxes are high enough, you can't tax us. So then we'll go to, okay, well, let's do something proactive. Let's have canopies, which I always think of the supermarket with a can of corn and a can of peas, but that's just me. Sorry. Is that going to be, or we're going to come up with other solutions? So, we can't at the one hand go around with the hyperbole, and this is just me speaking for myself, and when I say things like this, I speak to myself also, because I identify problems and then sometimes I don't come up with the right solution, or I like to identify problems and not come up with any solution. So I talk to myself too. I'm not lecturing, I'm reminding myself also, but my fear is that we can identify the problem. We know it's a problem. I personally, people can disagree, and this gentleman said, it's a regional problem. It's frankly a national problem in some places, or drought in some places, flooding in other places. In some ways, it's an international problem. It's not just Tredyffrin, but we've got to take care of ourselves, and we've got to come up with solutions for ourselves that work. And that's going to take everyone coming together and saying, what can we do together to try and get this done? And I fear that no matter what solution, I know how hard you worked on that one proposal. I know how hard you worked on the 5 other proposals you're working on. And they may not be the answer, and that's why we bring them forward. That's why you do a PowerPoint. That's why people get to comment. We put it in the agenda. That's what this township's about. That's what this country's about. It's about public discourse. And frankly, I think we're going to take a lot of the comments we received tonight and go back and try and incorporate them and see, does this make sense at all? If it does make sense, how do we incorporate these in? But I'm just asking that when people come with solutions, particularly our fellow citizens who have put so much time and effort, whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, you think it's good or bad or indifferent, let's try and be constructive and figure out what we can do to try and solve this. Because we have a problem. Look, we have a problem. And we're going to have to come up with a solution, or else we're all going to be swimming a lot more. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Freed. Yes.
Just a couple of quick questions. So I understand tonight's just about gathering public comment and information, correct?
That's correct.
No, closer.
Must be off.
It must be off. Can somebody?
All right, I'll just shout. How's that?
That's good.
I'll pretend I'm in front of my kids. Tonight's meeting is really just about gathering public comment on the subject, correct? And hearing different perspectives on the study.
There was an agenda item on whether or not we wanted to authorize the solicitor to start looking at an ordinance. We'll deal with that later. I think, there may be some thoughts about whether we need a little bit more work before we get to that point.
Yes.
But yeah, so I think at this point you're right. It's,
Yes.
it's collecting
Okay,
information.
I just wanted to understand the time frame here for tonight's comments. One question I have is maybe from the Board of Supervisors or from the task force. I hear a lot about upstream and how we're impacted by what's done above us. Has there been any coordination or conversations with like Valley Forge National Park, because they have a lot of open fields versus tree canopies, and that they border my neighborhood, they border a lot of neighborhoods. Wondering if there can be a partnership there with our national park to get more tree canopy in that area to help with runoff. Okay. Good, great. The other question I have is, comment is I appreciate that the Board of Supervisors and the task force are looking at this as a multi-prong approach, because I think that is really important. There's not one solution that will fix this. A question that I also have is, all of our schools, many of you know I'm on the school board, so one of my questions is, all of our schools are in R1 for zoning, so they're considered residential. And what I'm seeing here is that it would be considered residential. Would this fee be applied to the school district, or would there be a carve-out? That's my question. And then my comment would be, I would appreciate consideration that although the school district is in an R1 zoning, they already do they already do a lot of stormwater management on site to the township's specifications, and sometimes even above that specification, to mitigate the runoff, because we do have to have impervious surfaces for parking lots and things like that. So I would hope that there would be some discussion and a carve-out potentially, not to look at them as an R1 specifically, and not to look at them as a high-density developer. Schools, although we need trees and we need canopy and we need shade for the kids, we also need clear sight lines, we need parking lots, and we need fields. Many of you know that we just, the district, not the school board, but the district purchased the nursery, and there are a lot of diseased trees on there. It is in bad shape. I'm wondering if the district will have to spend money to have, if you pass this, to have an arborist that you're paying for, and we have to pay a fee for them to come and analyze the trees, or will the same practice be used that has been used in the past for the school district? Just something for your consideration. Additionally, I'm just wondering if, it's going to be cost prohibitive if that happens. for a lot of the things that our community needs and that our students need, if there's going to be fees on every single tree and the diameter and all of that on school property. The school district also, besides doing stormwater mitigation, does do replanting as per the zoning. We don't always do it at that site that we have cleared, but we do it on other properties that the district owns. So I think that's important to note. I'm also wondering if a resident is cutting down a tree on their property, if they hire their own arborist, will that be acceptable? Is that something that you would consider with this plan versus one dedicated arborist that determines that? I think that, you could end up having a log jam. People might need to get a tree cut down, and it could take a while to get an arborist out there to take a look at it, especially if it's part-time, is what I think I read.
Can I answer that one?
Please.
Yes, they could hire them out. I don't see why not.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay. Okay, and then the other question I have is if you're clearing trees from your own property and that in lieu of fee is to plant trees in our parks, how is that mitigating stormwater from an area where there was a tree and now you're putting them in parks where there may not be a lot of stormwater? I get the canopy
I think that
concept.
was Supervisor Hummel's point early on, I think.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm concerned about, because that's exactly what I'm concerned about, because so often these trees are being taken from areas that are already highly impacted, but with the fee in lieu, the developer is either paying a fee that, goes on to serve another purpose, but they're not planting the new tree where it needs to be.
Okay. And then just lastly, a lot of people have shared their personal stories. So, we moved into this township 23 years ago, and we had the house was old. It had been neglected. It's a very old neighborhood. Most of our houses are 60 years old. We had to clear more than 5 trees in order for our property to be safe. We didn't want to cut them down. They were infested with carpenter ants, and these were large trees. It was very expensive. We're considering cutting down a couple more trees because they have gotten so large, and they are very close to our house. We've had a lot of storms. We have been very fortunate not to have one of the large branches come through our master bedroom window. It's digging up our driveway. These houses, many of our houses that were built then, they just plopped a tree wherever they could, and they weren't thinking about 50 years down the road and the roots and what it does. I've had to replace my sewer line from my house to the street because of the roots and the terracotta piping, and those roots stay in there in the ground for quite a while. So I do appreciate the work that all of you have done. I know you've invested a lot of time. I know a lot of you personally. I just think we need to be very cautious about and look at all the angles of what's being proposed and its impact on our local economy as well as our citizens and what it might cost and what they might put off because they can't afford to do something with their trees.
Ms. Berger, one comment, which is that I think what I heard Ms. Murphy say is that if there is a tree that is hazardous, it's exempt from restrictions, because we don't want houses destroyed by trees falling on them. So there is an exemption for that.
So I guess we'd want to make sure that that's defined clearly, because some arborists might come in and say, that's a healthy tree, you just need to trim it, which can be almost as expensive as removing a tree. Asplund subcontracts for Pico, and they have done more damage to trees in our neighborhood than good, because they just hack at them and make them unbalanced and cut them away from the wires. I had spent an exorbitant amount of money to shape my oak tree in my front yard, only to find I was away at 8:30 in the morning, and they came through and hacked my tree after I had paid an arborist to clear it so it was clear from the lines. So it's a complicated proposal, and I appreciate that you'll be thoughtful in your approach to it and how it will impact the citizens and also the school district.
Thank you, Mrs. Berger.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there is a participant who had their hand up for a significant amount of time. If you want to allow them a chance to comment, or?
Sure, sorry, Chuck. We have to go to this. Mr. Senni?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name's Dan Sinney. I live at 4 Spoonwood Circle. I been here since 2013, and I just wanted to so appreciate everyone's time, but I wanted to a couple things. I had a few comments from a citizen township partner perspective, and then also an immediate call to action as it relates to stormwater management. Quick background history. My neighborhood it's 3 homes, but it sits right off of Contention Lane. It has taken the brunt of a lot of stormwater, not just the big storm that we've had, but over, I counted about 17 major storms that have destroyed driveways, flooded basements, all the above. When I first moved in, I come from a technology consulting background and was like, hey, let's go try to see if we can figure this out and work this through. And in lieu of that, as my driveway started to erode and destroy, I invested approximately $117,000, $23,000 on the driveway, and then $94,000 on the side yard, in hopes that with me fortifying the yard and the driveway, that it would solve some of the problems. I worked really closely with engineering and folks, and we got that done with the hopes that we would address upstream. And in some recent studies, we have about 84 acres flowing through my side yard, which is the result of 3 orphan drains responsible by the township. My concern is we've been talking a lot for the past many years, and we now have, and I strongly commend the Stormwater Task Force. I met with them personally. They walked our property with another 7 members of the Contention Lane, quote unquote, coalition of folks that have had damage. And I think they felt and saw the drastic issues that are going on. So I commend them. I commend Kevin O'Neill, who's been super responsive and helpful. And then also Public Works, who come to our home at 2:00 in the morning and clear our little cul-de-sac out. And they do it with a smile on their face. So I commend all of them. With that said, I am extremely beyond frustrated with the lack of action by the township in the means that citizens are fortifying their homes and asking for help, short-term help and long-term help. If we bifurcate that, the short-term side is citizens fortifying and investing, and the township doing what they can immediately, whether that's soft cost of like helping with thoughts around engineering or things to help. And then the long term, which is the gap, is obviously funding. And I know we're looking at that from a perspective of privatization, tax, whatever those things may be. If I look at the short term has now become the long term, and that short term, long term issue is destroying our township. There are things that we can't control. We know that there's climate change. There's all the different things that we know about, very shaly area, but the citizens we're pretty much at our limit. I am. And what I ask is a call to action to do something. I ask this group to do something to work with the citizens to drive that. And in the consulting world, there's a thing called analysis paralysis, and I think we're there. And why I say that is I've been told since 2013, we're working on it. We're working on it. Do we have a stormwater plan for the county? No. Do we have outside consultants coming in? We do now. We have a citizens task that's done a great job to do that. But my fear is we are going to continue to talk about this, and we're going to continue to talk about this, and nothing will get done. So my call to action is, please help the citizens. My response that I've heard over 5, 6, 7 years when I've asked directly, I've had multiple people in this room on my driveway, is in order to stop the flow from Margot and Bear, because the water, the 84 acres that just comes through my side lawn, that's 1/3 of the flow onto contention. There's another that comes through when it surges, and that's another X amount of rain. I don't have the exact numbers. And then we have what comes across contention lane. And what I've been told is the only action, the only recourse you have is to sue every single one of your neighbors upstream. Now, I know those people, some of those people are probably in this room right now. If you feel that that is the most appropriate response for a citizen is to go do legal action because we can't solve or we can't look at a problem and try to take pieces and try to solve that, then that's just where we're all, we might as well just pack it up and everyone just shut their houses down and move out. But that's not what we do. And someone mentioned like, we're Americans, we're going to go do this. And I agree with that. My question is, what are the short-term plans that the citizens have expressed to the stormwater management or the stormwater task force? My group of folks have laid out and plotted and told where the points of issues are, the issues of check dams or things that can slow this volume of water down. And I just want to be clear that it's not just volume of water. It's tremendous amount of rock, shale, debris, and dirt that is now clogged every single one of our sewers, my culvert, which I can't get out because you need a special piece of machinery to do that. And it costs $3,000 to $4,000 every time you do it. So we've done everything we can. I've invested money. People have done that. We need short-term help to go do that. And it's not suing your neighbors. It is, hey, we'll work with you to look at certain areas. Hey, maybe once we'll dig you out. And I know that there's issues with touching someone's property, but it's like there is zero help from the township in my perspective. And it's not an opinion. It's a thematic data point that has happened over many, many years of asking for help, documenting it in emails to various supervisors and to anyone that will listen. I literally flag down people on contention. The issue that's above all the cost is safety. I have 4 kids that live in my home, one who has special needs. My next door neighbor has 2 kids and my other one has 3 as well. So in our little tiny neighborhood, we have a lot of children that are really curious around this. And when it rains, I have to pull them inside. My kids from 9 to 4 years old. So we live in probably a very affluent area where I'm very thankful for that. I'm not undermining any other issues that have happened with other people, but I'm telling you my story to make it and contextualize it to make it real. Citizens have done their part. We need the township to do their part. Not analysis paralysis, not, hey, in 5 years, we're going to go address these things. We need short-term things now, and we need the long-term when the funding is there. And right now, I don't feel any of that, except for people listening, taking meetings, nodding their heads, and saying, yeah, we're going to get to that. Well, we've been getting to that since 2013. And my call to action is listen to the citizens, work with us, because we want to work with you, but we're not going to sue our neighbors, and we're not going to do large and expensive things that have minimal impact. So that's my comment. That's my call to action. My question to the supervisors are, what can you do to help us now? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sinney. I don't know your specific situation except you're off contention, and I know there's flooding down there, and I know it's not good. What we are doing now, every day, our public works teams go out and they do small, lower complexity tasks. Not big, not dramatic, but keeping inlets clean, keeping culverts clean where they can reach them easily and where there are culverts. Doing obviously street sweepers out there to pick up all the leaves and all the crap that's out there and clean and clogging everything up. That probably doesn't help you a whole hell of a lot, but maybe. But longer term, and I know this for a fact, and Mr. Burgo, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a project in the works for, is it Bear Road? Bear Road, there's lots of room for a huge underground retention basin to stop the water flow coming down onto contention into your area, I believe. So that is long-term. It is on the project. We have a grant application out for that. We are, I'm not going to go into other projects that we've already completed. This board has sat here not since 2013, but since 2019, basically. So we've done a heck of a lot. There are other projects, Hillside, General Alexander, Woodland. Again, the smaller projects. There are other that we've authorized in the past couple of weeks. So we are doing a lot. We are, not all the time are we able to hit every location for everybody who calls in, who speaks to me, who I speak to, who others on the board speak to. So I hear your frustration. I understand it. I hate paralysis by analysis, but we're not doing a whole hell of a lot of that here. We're trying to move as fast as we can with the money we have. And not only that, we are using the money we have. I mean, putting it all together with some bond money, with ARP money, we have like $3,500,000 that we're allocating, and we're planning for the future with that money. That won't solve the problem today. That I absolutely know, because these are complex issues, as you know. And but to the extent that we can, do something to help, we are taking those actions, and we are doing them as quickly as we can. And we have like a 24-hour we try to do a response, a callback at least within 24 hours. So we can't, if we're not getting to you, we will get to you. So, that's where we are. And I can't say, because I'm not suffering what you're suffering. But we are trying, and I understand your frustrations of the past. But this is now, we are moving forward. We've done things in our time here from 2019 on, and we will continue to do things until we knock off these issues to the best way we know how with the funds that we can get. And oh, by the way, and you have said it, and others have noticed it, whether it's a stormwater fee or whether it's some other mechanism, or whether it's a combo of money-raising mechanisms, we will have the funds to work on these major stormwater problems, big and small, throughout the township. But they're not going to be done overnight. There is no overnight solution, and I'm not addressing that to you, sir. I'm not. I know.
I just wanted to make one final comment, if you don't mind. I appreciate that. And I know everyone's doing the best they can. It's a funding issue. Again, I just want to make sure I'm the voice of the citizen of the frustration. I would like to make one comment regarding a water tax. A stormwater tax that is allocated, transparent, and directly does not go into the general fund. I think if you talk to any person, and I have, because I polled them, both email, on social media, and also as candidates in the recent election have asked, they would be open to something, and not everyone's going to agree, but the people that have been impacted, if there is a dollar that they know will go directly to a fund to solve this, they will. But the caveat is it cannot go to the general slush fund that ends up God knows where, and it needs to be transparent on a website or a wiki that people can track it. So it's transparent and audible. So just if people are considering that, you would have a large amount of people who are now currently impacted to agree to that, only if it is transparent and directed only at stormwater management. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. City, I have you talk about analysis paralysis. Well, that's not happening, because one of the things that the Stormwater Task Force has done is look at all the potential projects. So rather than try to do things piecemeal, what they've done is they've gone through and analyzed all the different things that can be done, put those into those that have essentially high cost, low benefit, low cost, high benefit, and they've basically been able to do a joint effort on prioritizing, right? So anything that's high cost, low benefit, you don't do. Anything that's low cost, high benefit, you just get done, and then you come up with some prioritization of the rest. So they've done that. And in fact, there is a page on the Township website that talks about the things that have been done and are in the works. So we're not going through analysis paralysis, we are going through analysis and action.
Yeah, and in fact,
Understood, real quick, sorry, understood. I want to clarify for the record or whatever. I think the Stormwater Task Force that has been put together and the transparency on the website has been incredible, and I commend them. I've met both of them. It's awesome. My concern is, and my spirit here is, the citizens have been hearing this for a long time, irrespective of election cycles, how long people have been in the office. It does not matter to us. That doesn't matter. I've lived in this home since 2013. I've heard the same thing over and over and over again. This is the first time that I've heard an actual outside party of citizens really looking into that. So the analysis paralysis comment is not towards the stormwater management, the Stormwater Task Force. I think they've done a great job. My purpose of making that comment is the citizens have heard this and it's almost on deaf ears. It's like whistle deaf. We want action, and we need a short-term plan and the long-term. And my understanding is the long-term will be more on the outcomes of the Stormwater Task Force, but there are short-term things that the citizens are waving their hands saying, hey, I did this, we need you to help me with this. You guys will not do those things. For example, we would want to put in certain things within channels that are EPA sanctioned, can work. No, you can't, because that will go against your impervious coverage. We want to concrete around certain things so that it's reinforced. So my driveway that I spent, $31,000 doesn't go away. Can't do that. You need a permit for that. I've already paid for the permit. You are restricted to a certain size of piping because your neighbor or somewhere else doesn't have that piping. So now you're going to take the brunt of all that water. That's my particular situation. So, and hey, what are other outside the box things you can help me with? Can you get me a GIS study? Can you help me just understand something so I don't have to go hire an attorney and an engineer when you guys have those resources? That's what I'm talking about. It's probably not the best word encapsulated in the word analysis paralysis, but it feels like analysis paralysis because nothing has happened until now. And it may be too late because we are spending tremendous amounts of money. So my point is transparency, doing doing them now, even if they're small, but prioritizing it via the task force prioritizations, absolutely. But my ask is do something, because the citizens we're tired of this.
So, Mr. Sinney, you can go to our website and you can see the list of the small projects that we are currently doing. That was in collaboration with our task force. They identified low complexity, low cost projects that our public works could go out and do. I think Mr. Wysocki had referred to that, but I don't know if it was clear. So you can go to our website and see that they did, through their priorities and then also through conversations with our public works of what things are feasible, what things can we do immediately, and we're acting on the things that we knew we could do now within our abilities. So we're trying to do just what you're saying. I know that those aren't impacting your particular situation, but we are doing that around the township.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And here's the URL. It's tredyffrin.org/services/engineering/stormwater-project-overview.
Or Tredyffrin.org Spotlight.
I've seen the page. I've downloaded it. I have it printed out. It's great. Again, action is more than plans, right? And that's the voice of the citizen is please do something. Please do something now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinney.
Hey, thank you. I'm Chuck Cuttrell on Brookmead Road. And what I want to talk about is what we can do as property owners. So I think one of the things that we should try to remember is keep your stormwater on your property. We are in love with mowed turf grass. Mowed turf grass is impervious. So when it runs off my yard, it goes away and I don't worry about it, but that's the old down the hill story. What if we did things like reduce the size of our turf yard? And I'm not talking about an expensive rain garden or anything like that. One of the things we did at our house is below one of the downspouts, you put in red osier dogwood, okay? It's a native plant, it loves water, and it helps to slow things down. So, if there was going to be a stormwater tax, which I personally am in favor of, maybe there'd be a way to reduce your tax because you reduced your yard. And there's so many things, like if you take down an 80-foot tree, I don't think anybody's asking you to replant something that turns into an 80-foot tree 10 feet from your house. Why not get a lower canopy tree? There's dogwood trees, there's black willow. These are native plants that support bugs and wildlife. They love water, and they don't create a danger to your house. So some low-cost things that we can do as homeowners is let's try to get away from mowed grass. Now, if you let certain grasses, like meadow grasses, grow, some people will call the township and say, oh my God, they're not taking care of their yard, it looks like crap. We need to change that mindset, okay? So, as residents, part of the responsibility is on us. Keep your stormwater on your property, and you don't have to make it expensive. Find little cutouts. And again, it doesn't have to be expensive, but there are plenty of plants that love a wet footprint, that aren't expensive, and just try to get rid of some of the mowed grass. And my recommendation would be, if there is an ordinance about replacing trees, maybe you do something like a shrubby tree versus an 80-foot canopy tree. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I just make a couple of comments regarding what Mr. Freed said? If you've got three and a half,
Closer to the microphone,
if you've got $3.5 million, it doesn't matter how much money you have, it's how well you build the structure with it. And if the structure is wrong, then you've just wasted that amount of money. So you need to have some quality control in place to make sure. And I'm going to go back to my property so you know.
Well, I'm confused. What's your solution? I'm hearing a lot of problems. What's your solution?
Well, hold it. The solution here is actually from the task force. First of all, they say for this property, expand floodplain. Not sure how that helps flood water. Stabilize along.
I asked what's not the problem. I said, what's the solution?
Stabilize along 800 linear feet. That was supposed to take place and got cut out.
Mr. Mather, I'm not going to. I'm only saying because you had a long time up at the mic, and there are a number of other agenda items. So if you could cut this really short and in the next 3 minutes.
We've been talking. Last year we talked about having a stormwater tax. Why not just damn well implement one? Stop talking about it. What Cindy was talking about, he says, it's all talk, no action. How much does it cost you to implement it? Secondly...
Implement what? I want to know what the solution is.
Let me finish.
I'm just trying to hear the solution.
That is a solution.
What?
Implement the fee.
The fee.
Run it so it can be given to properties that get damaged.
There seems to be a public sentiment for a stormwater fee.
Number two,
so when this room gets filled with people who don't want the fee, we're going to say, but there was a public sentiment for a fee, and you're going to be here to support it and argue for it, right?
I'm going to be here telling them, why should I pay $25,000 more above my tax base because your water...
So you're not going to support the fee?
No, you're missing...
Let's calm down here.
I have said I would
folks, Supervisor Freed.
We have initiated that process.
We have. That process is ongoing. It never happened here. We've been here since 2019. I know that's old news. We are moving forward. That's yesterday. This is today. I say that to everybody in this room. We are moving forward. And we are doing things today in stormwater that weren't done before. And we're using big dollars for bigger projects, smaller dollars for smaller projects. Our public works team is out there all the time. But we're looking at funding mechanisms, different ones, and we're looking at them closely. And it's not just like wham, bam, stormwater fee, wham, bam, do something else. It doesn't work that way. It's actually complicated. It's got to be done right so it's applied correctly to the people, to the properties. And other things that we're looking at have to be done right. And it's not going to be overnight, but we're going to have something out here for people to discuss this winter. We will. That's going to happen. But Mr. Mather, and I told you 3 minutes, please. I just spoke more than 3 minutes. So we
also haven't heard the task force finish their presentation.
The task force
hasn't presented on all of this yet. We cut them off after the tree canopy, and they haven't even done their budgeting talk yet today.
Excuse me.
Yeah, they have, and that's not to cut anybody off, but Ray, Mr. Clark, co-chairman Mr. Clark is going to come up now.
Okay, excuse me. And while Ray's getting set up, can I just make one rebuttal, one comment about Ms. Diari's suggestions? I think all her suggestions were good, but we have a tree canopy report which talks about the diseases, the Penn State ordinances, and the education stuff. So I would love to share that with her. I got your phone number, and maybe you can help us review the report.
I have a comment, just as a point of order. It sounds like supervisors up here on the dais are scolding residents and taxpayers who are coming here to speak their piece and give their opinion. And I think we can tone it down and receive it without making them feel like we're against them or that we think it's become contentious. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Humble. I don't know that anyone intends to do that up here. I think what we do recognize is that we have a report to be completed, and residents have had a large amount of time to speak, and we'll get more time to speak as we go on. But we just want to try to finish the Stormwater Task Force report. So
thank you. I just expect that we are held to a higher expectation of behavior, and we should be more restrained and let the residents talk. Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
All right, is this working? Everybody hear me? Maybe I should take my mask off. Doesn't sound, is that? All right, needs to be close enough. I hadn't expected to be up here at 9:30. So I'm going to try to be really quick. The objective here was to kind of review our process. So, stuff you've seen before, so we'll be very quick through that. And then trying to kind of recap our recommendations and suggestions for next steps, which very much covers a lot of the territory we've kind of gone about in a rather disjointed way up until now. And hopefully folks in the audience can see how this comes together. So there's, first of all, a quick page about our process, just to make sure. Let's see if we can go forward there. Make sure everybody has the right context. Sort of, what was the task force? Well, a cross-section of residents with stormwater and environmental experience originated out of the Valley Creek Restoration Partnership, who are kind of the prime movers in getting the Board of Supervisors to charter us back in 2019. Long time ago, pandemic kind of got in the way, of course. We had really four main thrusts, which we'll talk about here. We collected the issue data from an online survey, resident meetings, on-site and in here. We got data from township databases, first responders. So we felt we had a pretty good picture of the stormwater issues in the township. We then kind of overlaid a set of projects based on experience with the partnership, again, prime movers in input here, experience from the township staff, designed to do two things: the volume of runoff, which is obviously the issue we're talking about here, and the conveyance of that runoff out of the township, in fact. And then we estimated the costs associated with that. We built a database which kind of mash together the technical term, the issues and the projects, and put in place the categorization system that Supervisor Bascar was talking about, which kind of helps us suggest priorities, because clearly the issues are throughout the township. And if you don't have a reliable prioritization system, objective prioritization system, that allows Mr. Sinney and Mr. Mather to kind of see where their issues stack up, and everybody else in the township, of course, then it's going to be really tough for supervisors to actually make stuff happen. And so those were the kind of dealing with the problem afterwards. What Anne was talking about was trying to stop the problem in the first place, a problem caused by more impervious surface, fewer trees. So the more that we can do to stop the runoff reaching the ground or not infiltrating, then clearly that seems to be a legitimate regulatory purpose for our township government. So we looked at that. You heard a lot from Anne about her recommendations. And of course, that whole process was updated as we went along through the community meetings that we were able to hold through the pandemic. And one thing that is kind of not on this list, but I want to give a shout out to the Environmental Advisory Commission, who have actually been doing stuff. I mean, they haven't only been kind of gathering data and researching, analyzing. They've been putting in pilot projects for rain gardens, planting trees. So that's kind of an important component of what the township's been doing. And I didn't want to not recognize that. And let's see if we can move forward. Whoa, wrong way. And the outputs. So, what's the result of all of that? And where is it? And how can citizens find it? The place to go is our page on the township website. And it's under the projects, first kind of high menu level. There's a Stormwater Task Force page. And that links to the items that we've talked about in the bullets below this. Thanks a lot to Gabby on Steve's staff, who's been very helpful in putting that together. Tremendous resource, everybody should know. So we have, from that database that I talked about, mashing together an Excel database, hardly a professional item, but we pulled together a kind of a Word document report, or now a PDF, that gives you all the data that is in that database. It talks about the frameworks we used. It talks about the priorities that result from using those frameworks, and it has the detail for each sub-watershed of all the issues and projects that the task force knows about. And at the end of the day, we've tried to give cost estimates for all those projects to get a sense of the magnitude of the issues that our officials here are going to have to deal with. There is a GIS interface to that, which our technical guru, Mr. Anastad here, helped pull together. You can see the address for it. It basically maps out the issues across the township, gives you a pin for all the issues and the projects and information that is in the database underlying that pin. So that was the kind of issues and projects part of it. The financing team were done thanks to the efforts of Anne and Chuck way back in May. And we presented our recommendations, or the team presented its recommendations based on a really detailed analysis of how our regional municipalities are going about paying for all the things that we've talked about and we'll lay out and recommendations here. And clearly, a fee has many benefits. The presentation outlined the benefits of that. I'm not going to go over that here again. And then, of course, ordinances. We had the presentation today, and we recommended some code changes on woodland protection and a little bit on impervious cover, which we didn't really get into, thank goodness, in the 2.5 hours up until now. Let's see if we can go the right way. There we go. So, at the end of the day, what is the recommendation from the task force to the township as a result of all of this? And one thing the township just adopted was a comprehensive plan, which laid out like actions across open space and development and so on. The number one issue in that comprehensive plan was the resident issue was to deal with stormwater. So it seems to make evident sense that the township should have a comprehensive stormwater management plan. And that it should cover not just the flood reduction, which everybody has been talking about here a lot, but also our regulatory mandates. The township has to spend money to satisfy the Commonwealth mandates on pollution reduction. And we've talked a lot about how our infrastructure is aging and will need to be repaired. That won't necessarily solve everybody's stormwater problems, but it will stop roads collapsing, and that kind of fundamental infrastructure needs the township needs to keep doing. Another kind of important thing here about this plan, just as the comprehensive plan was developed with kind of a cross-township, kind of all our brains trust, planning, engineering, IT, finance, everybody has to be part of coming up with this plan. I think the task force has kind of generated a lot of kind of input to that, but at the end of the day, the township needs to own its stormwater plan as it owns its comprehensive plan. And elements of that plan that we think are really important. We talked a little bit about that, seems for a long time. But number one, what is the township's responsibility? What are residents' responsibilities? What are PennDOT's responsibilities? Let's get that clarified. There is so much uncertainty about that in the township right now. That can be kind of a first step that doesn't take a lot really of kind of investment in money, but it will take investment with Mr. McKenna here to kind of get that straightened out. But one important thing is if the township has more money, it has more ability to do more to help residents. So if there is a objective prioritization plan that takes into consideration the impact of township infrastructure, the impact of the property location, that kind of thing that kind of says, okay, we will take care of this type of issue before that type of issue. A township stormwater pipe erupting out of someone's yard, like that alien out of Sigourney Weaver, is going to get higher priority than a stream bank that's at the bottom of my yard that's eroding a bit every year. And so having that objective basis to know when is the township going to step in and help people is going to be really important. And I think we'll see that's one of our next step recommendations. Another important thing, it's really important that the projects be considered on a sub-watershed basis. Don't randomly go in and just say, okay, we'll fix this particular issue here in Hammer Hollow without thinking about what the consequences are downstream in Hammer Hollow. Or maybe it doesn't make much sense to do this issue here without first doing something upstream. So taking a sub-watershed view, clearly very important. We think we have some priorities that we would point the township to get to first. Doesn't mean to say that the township should not be doing those easy fixes. You know, if there's a storm grate that clearly is not working, I mean, obviously that's something that can help straight away. But this whole idea of sub-watershed strategies we think is really important. The township clearly is not responsible for everything. We've talked a bit about that. But we do think that it should have leadership, should represent the residents in dealing with all of the agencies that are involved. So dealing with PennDOT. If PennDOT has a culvert underneath North Thary Road that is not cleaning out, that's not the township to do, but it is on the township to work with PennDOT, to mobilize all of our representatives, to mobilize all the residents, to help residents to help residents with contact info for PennDOT, so that PennDOT gets inundated and that the township has a point that is the leadership for all of that. The point for leadership with Valley Forge Park, we talked about whether or not there have been conversations with the park. Anne and I have had some introductory conversations there, but it needs the township to say, okay, here's what we're going to be doing in this watershed. Now, what are you going to do? And to keep that high on the park's radarship, the park's radar screen, to deal with homeowner associations who maybe have a basin that's kind of upstream of a problem area, that arguably, well, that definitely, if they improve that basin, there will be immense benefits downstream. The township should be working with that HOA to say, okay, here's grant money, here's a source of grant money to help you do that. If you came up with a grant, we could pitch in X%. That kind of leadership that takes ownership of the strategy for each sub-watershed, brings together all the players, and comes up with solutions for residents. And another kind of final important part on this slide is to support the whole thing with a project management information system that starts from the residents reporting the problem, goes through kind of consolidating that into neighbor issues, links it to the projects, links it to township responses, so the residents can click on that icon and say, okay, township recorded this on this date, this is what we're doing, and links it to probably like the long-term plan. Okay, infiltration system planned in 2025. Some whole kind of project management communication system that I think must be the foundation of many kind of sewer management systems, pothole management systems. Other municipalities must have things like this. There must be some standard base of a project management system the township could take and prioritize and, you know, incorporate all the data that we've kind of kludged together with our spreadsheets. That clearly is not an ongoing thing. So that's what the plan had, kind of key elements of the plan, which if you're going to do something as ambitious as that, we think you need to have the resources, and the resources be money and people. And the money, to the first point there, we advocate needs to be consistent and committed. We talked about, I think it was Mr. Sinney, I forget exactly who mentioned this, about knowing that the money raised through a fee, if there is to be a fee, is committed to solving stormwater problems, and that is accounted for. And that it's funding for both operations and capital, and is not necessarily the only way to raise money. You can borrow money as well and repay that through the fee if you have your capital projects lined up front you want to do right away. And that grant funding is great, and grant funding has made a big difference up to now in the township, but we think that it's not a reliable, consistent source of funding that this problem deserves. But if you get grant funding, that's icing on the cake. And there's a lot of money out there. I sat in for Open Land Conservancy today on DCNR, and there's a lot of money that's been supplemented by federal, more federal money through various of the recovery programs. So that's out there. And the township, as it has in the past, should keep going really hard at that, but don't rely on it. So that's the kind of the money side of it. But however much money you have, if you don't have the resources to manage the money, then nothing is going to get done. And that we think that it's going to be really important for the township to add on to its kind of administrative capability, within the existing organization structure, but to have a focal point and a person that can't really say for township staff where that falls, but under Steve, one would imagine, that is the accountable person for making all this stuff happen. And arguably, it could be, you could start with a consultant to maybe help get that going, but at the end of the day, I think you need an accountable staff person to manage our number one problem in the township. And because we're looking, we believe, bottom line there, at a budget estimate of $2 million a year that's split half on flood reduction, half on this meeting the regulatory requirements that we know we have a permit that has very specific obligations on the township, and we know we have infrastructure. Now, like initial shot at that is saying a couple of $1 million a year will actually make a difference. And so, last slide, thank goodness. So what does that mean in terms of translating the analysis into action? Mr. Sinney's point. Make sure, like next year, do we have, and by the way, a lot of this stuff is already, I think, baked in. So I don't want everybody to believe that the township isn't already working on some of this. Some, but not necessarily all, Murph. I don't know. So we need to see projects being designed and ready to go. I mean, obviously design is going to take some time. You're not necessarily going to be able to do $2 million worth of projects next year. But get the work going, figure out, decide if you're going to accept our sub-watershed priorities. And if you are, set some engineering experts on that and say, okay, what's the right solution for Richards Road up near the park, or whatever your priority area is. So actually begin to implement projects. Hire a consultant to look at that fee idea. You don't have to commit to do it, but we believe that until you know exactly what it's going to look like and how it will be done, you wouldn't necessarily have the basis to make a decision about whether to do it or not. And that we believe that there are strong enough arguments for a fee that makes it worth investing, that even, do you decide to, realize other assets or any other plan. But if you've done that, then that gives you the capability to quickly move towards implementation if you decide to do that. Next, other important step for next budget year, let's get that stormwater management, project management system, figure out how to do it, implement it, migrate the data, not really a hard thing to do from our spreadsheets. Develop that orphan system responsibility policy document that makes sure everybody has somewhere to go that says, okay, here's my situation, now what's the township policy regarding that situation? And that there should be, and something that I think the task force can certainly help with, is like a resource directory that gets to Mr. Cutshaw's point about individuals having some ability to, or some resource to go to say, okay, I do want to follow up on his example of putting a swale around my downspouts and planting water loving plants. Well, what are those water-loving plants? What landscapers will help me? I think that the task force can help put that together. If we're going to raise and commit money to stormwater, we need to know what's in that bucket. So begin to track that. That would obviously come under Joe's jurisdiction, that we know how much money we're currently spending. And something that we spent a lot of time on today, which I think was really part of an ordinance development process, is draft, obtain input on, and potentially adopt if we can get to the right place on that. So those are kind of the immediate next steps, but one thing that I've left out of that is thinking about how exactly are you going to manage that? What is going to be your resource allocation in the township to actually make everything that we've got here happen? And I would say that, I was hoping anyway, that today would be kind of a wrap-up of the task force. It doesn't mean to say that we're still citizens, we still want the right thing to happen, but there's a lot of things that personally have fallen by the wayside, a lot of conservancy things that I need to get back to. But all of us, I think, want to be of counsel as the township moves forward on all of this. But that is that.
Ray, Ann.
But just because, thank you for the applause, but I do want to recognize there are some key members of the task force right here. Doug Anastad, Ann Murphy, Chuck Marshall, Mark Lewis, Chuck Cutshall was here. Yes. So let's not forget those folks who have done a lot of work.
Okay, I just have a couple of things here. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ray, as co-chairs, and all members of the task force for your work on the task force and commitment to helping meet the township's stormwater challenges. This board, we look forward to continuing to work with the task force. And I know you guys will still be available, because you better be, as the township moves forward with its stormwater management plans. Thank you for your work on the tree ordinance, and we'll work with you on refining that and working that, and I think we're going to take item, whatever it is here, off the agenda on that motion. we're going to work more on that. But the bottom line is, look, it's been great. You guys, one thing you didn't mention, you worked through the pandemic. You worked virtually. You worked on Zoom. We worked with you on Zoom. And it got done. It appeared seamlessly. Everybody was working, but I know, that was difficult. And this was just, for me personally, the best example of township government, citizen cooperation and work and liaison. My co-liaisons here, Mark, Freed, and Julie, with the stormwater system, and I was fortunate enough to have an opportunity to work closely with the Stormwater Task Force, and I hope to continue with that after I'm not the chair. And it's sort of semi-bittersweet to actually be ending this way, but we have the recommendation, now we got to go do it, and we're going to do it. It's that simple. It's not going to be done all at once, but we will take all of this, and we will work together, and we will work ourselves to accomplish some of these tasks and move forward, because we know what the issues are, that's for sure. So thank you.
Excuse me, go ahead.
I just want to add my own personal thank you as well. I could not be more proud of the work that you all did, the amount of hours you put into this, and clearly, as we heard tonight, and as we on the board and our township staff have heard for years from residents, this is a huge issue. It's not getting better, it's only getting worse, and no solution can come fast enough, and we are working our hardest. We're going to take your work, do what we can on on next steps, and thank you so much for creating this foundation.
I also wanted to add my thanks, Mr. Clark and Ms. Murphy and the entire task force and everybody who worked with you to come up with this information. In my opinion, this is the most important thing happening in the township right now. And people are still just now finding out what the Stormwater Task Force has been doing. And so I hope that you're not actually disbanding the task force and that somebody will still be taking the information for properties that have problem areas that we just hadn't heard about. And I would, on the township's webpage, on our page, we have not done enough to publicize this. We have not publicized the Stormwater Task Force in the news section, and obviously this is the most newsworthy thing that we're working on, and we haven't listed it under projects when we should have this under projects because this is township-wide and one of the biggest and most expensive projects we're working on. We do have it in the spotlight section, but that's revolving, and so if you first key into the township's website, on the front you're going to see in the spotlight section anything with a plug recycling. And then the next thing you're going to get is December 4th tree lighting, come have free cocoa. And then to have stormwater circulate in that same group which are nice but frivolous things compared to the stormwater effects. Sometimes people don't stay long enough to see that. So I would ask that our township personnel better prioritize it in these different sections so that the moment somebody logs into what's going on the township's homepage, we can see it. Thank you.
Can I say one thing? I know before the public comments, one thing I haven't mentioned is the township staff, and particularly there's a huge amount of expertise that task force has benefited from Steve, township engineer, from Aaron McPherson, and we couldn't have pulled together what we did without the township staff, and particularly Steve Berger. And I think many of the things that we've talked about here will really leverage that expertise that you have in-house already. So, sort out the policies, sort out the funding, and the sky's the limit.
Thank you again, Ray, and all other members here and not here of the Citizens Stormwater Advisory Task Force. Do we have any comments?
Hey, how you doing? I'm Ryan Thomas. I'm from 214 Vassar Circle. I just have some pictures. I'll hand them out to you guys real quick. So this is my first time coming here. Me and my wife moved in June, so we're happy to be part of the community. Speaking on that, though, since we moved in June, we've been flooded out 4 times in our new home on Vassar Circle. That's the culvert and the street behind our house. That's Lawrence Lane that you're looking at in those pictures. So it's washed out. There's no curbs and there's no sewers, which is interesting because the rest of the neighborhood has sewers, maybe, I don't know, every 100 feet or so. The closest sewer to that spot on Vassar Road that goes up the hill, it's sandwich closed, so there's no water that can even go in that. So we're talking, I'm towards the back of Lawrence Lane, so we're talking a couple hundred linear feet up the hill before we have any type of water remediation whatsoever. So the issue we have is anytime there's a major storm, it doesn't matter if it's Fred or Ida or anything else, any type of downpour, we actually end up getting, I'm not even kidding, I think, is it Dr. Gosey? Is that how I say it right? Dr. Gussie, sorry about that. So I have spoken with Dr. Gussie, and she's been helpful since we just moved in. I wasn't sure who to go to for things and things like that. But I sent the picture, and there's literally whitewater rapids that go across my backyard off of that culvert. And there's a number of issues with it. It's way too high. I guess the road has been added on as they've improved it, but then the culvert next to it hasn't been increased. And these are all township, right off the road. That one area you're looking at also doesn't have a curb, so the water runs off into my next door neighbor's yard. It comes across, and then we have a den that's built into the hill, so we have a stairwell in the back there, and that fills up with water all the way to the top. Like I'm out there like a sinking ship with a bucket. If my house wasn't flooding, it would actually almost be comical, but it's been scary. So that's been our experience since we've moved here. So I'm just looking for help is really what it comes down to. I know a lot of my neighbors are here, and some of them were online to just kind of see what some of the solutions are here, because apparently the issues have been ongoing. The culvert, I know many of them are the ones that are clearing it out. And that definitely can't be safe. I can send you the videos too. The water really rushes through there. And I think, honestly, what I'm more concerned about is we have a ton of little kids. Our neighborhood just kind of turned over, so there's like little kids everywhere. And I hope that we get this solved and fixed before someone's hurt or killed in that culvert. The water rushes, we're talking, it's a river, like it's not just a steady stream. And we just need help. We need the water that's coming from up the hill down on us. We need other places, other pickup points that it'll take it out of there and get it away from coming down Lawrence Lane or slow it down or whatever. I'm open to all ideas. Like I want solutions. I'm not here to cause problems that way. I have also spoken with Mr. Burgo over here, so he's been helpful as well. So I was told to come out here and just kind of make sure that everybody was aware of our situation, because apparently it wasn't identified as an issue spot initially, but we've had some substantial flooding through that. I also wanted to speak. I've spoken with Ray as well, and he had mentioned something about an infiltration system on our street, and I know that was a little concerning because I don't know what that entails. But if it directs more water at us or like holds it up, I think I can speak for all of my neighbors that we're a little concerned about the fact that we can't handle the amount of water that's already coming down. So,
can I just quickly, this is a very good example of kind of how important it is to take like a neighborhood approach or sub-watershed approach to problems. We hadn't heard about Mr. Thomas's issue, he hadn't connected with the task force. And the issues that we had received in that area were more downstream in the tributary, and where it hits Pew Road, the pressure on the culvert under Pew Road. And so we suggested like a series of infiltration systems to slow the water going down the hill into that tributary. Now we know which would be beyond Mr. Thomas in the first place. Now, it's also possible that once one's engineering something like that, you could look at maybe other options upstream of Mr. Thomas to stop the water that's going down Lawrence Lane. So getting a kind of a design solution for a particular area, once you know where all the issues are, you can then come up with a integrated solution. So that's just...
All right, awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't sending more water our way thinking that our neighborhood could handle it. So I guess...
Yeah, no, it would be collecting it downstream of you to reduce it for people even further downstream.
Perfect, love that. So I guess my main thing is I'm all for the big ideas, but as far as that culvert and Lawrence Lane, that's something that, the road is falling apart. You guys can see in the pictures. There's no curb. I'm getting huge chunks of asphalt from the road in my yard every time it rains. It's like that's how powerful the water's coming down. I'd be happy to walk any of you through my yard, and you can see the beautiful chunks of asphalt I have in there as stones now. So, in the meantime, if we could get somebody out there to beef up the culvert and the drain, the open sewer line, and get some curbs in or something, and that other sewer that's up the road opened up so that water can actually get in there instead of flying around the corner and flooding me out. I would really appreciate it. So thank you.
So thank you. Steve, can I ask a question? And I don't want to put you on the spot. You got tons to do, and so does Darren, but can we maybe take a look at this? This is the first that I've heard of it. You're in contact? You're in contact? Okay.
Yeah, we've already had some discussions with Ryan, Murph. We've already had discussions with Ryan, and we actually have a meeting scheduled for Monday morning, so we'll be out, visiting with him.
Great. I was just making sure, that's all. I
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Mr. Heberg on stormwater now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So just a couple comments that I wanted to make. First of all, thank you, Ray. Thank you to all the Stormwater Task Force. I've reviewed, I've looked over some of the information. It's very, very impressive. And I don't want you to take my earlier questions or comments that you experienced this sort of obtain impact on issue. On your slide, you said we're going to obtain input on this ordinance. So that's what that was. And obviously, having been on the receiving end of this, I think the process whereby you get input from residents is valuable. And so please don't take it for anything that would take away from any gratitude the community has for all the work you've done, because it's really impressive. And I've never seen anything as comprehensive to deal with this issue. And I think that really kind of leads into my second thought, which is the sort of the history of stormwater. And I think that having served as a supervisor from 2011 to 2015, we really had different stormwater issues. And I will tell you candidly that stormwater was not as high a priority as it is now. And I mean, at that time, I can only remember 2 times in 5 years where I had a complaint or we had an issue from a resident about a stormwater issue that was up on the hill. We got a lot of issues. There were a lot of issues at the lower part of the Trout Creek watershed. So on the other side of 202, down by Glen Hardy, behind Gateway Shopping Center, there was a significant number of stormwater issues at that time. They weren't as bad as they are now. They've been made worse by what's happened recently. But at that time, that was really where the focus was, because that's where the problems were. I think it was as a result of the fact that the problems were created by sort of accumulating storms. It was like almost 6 hours of rain that accumulated. It was almost like a snowball rolling downhill. You got a certain volume of water that overwhelmed the watershed at the bottom because it was coming from all the various parts on the side of the hill. And I think what's happened in recent years, and I'm sure Steve could confirm this, is we have these very high intensity rain events that we have not had in the past. We used to hear about, 100-year storm, which meant you're going to get this kind of storm every 100 years. I mean, now we get 2,000-year storms inside of a month. Okay, so the intensity of these storms has created acute problems up on the hill. You get this huge volume of water that's just running all over the place with a lot of force, and I think that's what is creating the problems that are much more broadly. The residents all over the township are suffering these kind of problems now. So I guess that's my way of saying that I think the problem has changed. I think it's appropriate that this be a very high priority item. I think it's appropriate to look at what the alternatives are going to be because it's being, it's impacted just about everybody now. I mean, there's very few people that are being spared, and so I think that it's sort of things have shifted a little bit. So it's these high. I wouldn't want to plan based on the fact that the next 100-year storm will happen 100 years from now. Let's put it that way. I think that we should plan based on the expectation that these high-intensity weather events may be more frequent, and systems that were designed to handle different kind of weather, may need to be changed. A couple of specific things that Ray referenced in his presentation that I wanted to underline is he addressed the issue of the fact that we would need more staff to do this. And that's clearly, I mean, Steve, Joe, Bill, they all work really, they don't have a lot of hours in the day to do more than what they're doing now. It's a bandwidth issue, and I think to expect them to take on a task of this magnitude, in addition to all the other stuff they're doing, which is a lot, is unrealistic, and I think it's going to lead to, frustration because it's not going to be able to happen as fast as people want it to and need it to. And secondly, the other thing that I would underline as I think a very good point made by Ray was that these decisions need to be made objectively according to specific decision criteria, so led by the staff. So these should be staff decisions based on data, analysis, and objective criteria. That's how, as he pointed out, and I saw in their materials, they've got a graph of, which basically ranks things that shows, high impact projects that can be done at low cost. That kind of decision-making, I think, is what should lead this, and I think it lends credibility in the community that these decisions that are using their taxpayer money are going to be spent in a way that's fair and equitable. So thanks very much, and again, thank you to the task force.
Mr. Heberg, based on your experience, your prior experience as a supervisor, do you concur with many of the residents who have already said that they support a dedicated stormwater fee to go towards remediation of the stormwater problems in Tredyffrin?
I mean, I think it's a viable option. I think it has been a viable option. There's other things that should be considered, and I think those options should be on the table. But given what's happening, I think it's something that's. I think there's probably more receptiveness to that idea than there would have been 10 years ago. Let's put it that way. Because 10 years ago, I think you had a lot of people who were like, I don't have a stormwater problem. I don't even know anybody has it. No one in this neighborhood has a stormwater problem. But I think now in just about every neighborhood, there are at least some residents that are facing these kind of issues. So I think again, I think there'd be more, it would get a lot more receptivity than it would have at one time, just because of the way that the problem has changed and become more widespread.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, Michelle Berger, Redcoat Lane. Just when you're looking at this stormwater management fee or however you're going to structure it, we've heard a lot from individual homeowners that have actually put out a lot of money to mitigate on their property, and I'm wondering, your solicitor would probably have to advise you on how to work the fee so that those people do not also have to pay a stormwater management fee. They've already been doing the hard work on their own property. I live near Richards Road. There's many houses that have to have flood insurance because the creek has flooded them numerous times and has cost them an exorbitant amount of money. So I would just say, if there's a way for a carve-out that the solicitor could design if you do approve this, that you look at some of our taxpayers have already had a large cost burden because of the location of their property. Thank you.
Mr. Sinney.
Hi.
That's a hand raised.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. No, I just wanted to commend the task force as well. I had the pleasure of meeting with Ray and Ann and Kevin and all the folks there. So the recommendations are spot on. I would just want to highlight a couple things. One is, in order to enforce accountability within the township, my only fear, and I just actually memorialized this in an email to the folks that were germane to our conversations, is that clear OKRs are established and that they're quarterly visited so that we can establish and understand, are we making progress? Is the progress impactful? And what is next? My fear is that we do 20% of what is recommended and we call it a win, where we missed a golden opportunity. So I commend the extremely hard work and insights that the Stormwater Task Force has done. And my call to action is to the township. You have the blueprint, go implement it and measure it and make it transparent to the citizens so that we can be your biggest fans and support you, because it is such a hot topic. It is such an important issue, and it is a safety, property, and pride issue, right? I mean, your biggest investment is your home, and it's being constantly destroyed by things that we can't control. So the partnership with the township, this was an incredible example of citizen and government, but now that needs to be implemented. The brass tacks need to come through, and we need to actually do stuff, report it, and market it to the citizens. I think if you're contemplating the pushback that you will get for, I don't think anyone wants to raise taxes or spend more money on anything, But I think because, and I think the gentleman that just stood up, I forget his name, who mentioned he had previous experience as a supervisor, the pushback would probably be greater, but now it's so evident because people are literally feeling it come into their homes, and they've spent a ton of money that this is something that is probably an opportunity to capitalize on for actual change. So my only comment is thank you, but my call to action again from a citizen perspective is we need to measure this clearly with clear OKRs so that people can see the progress and keep the township and citizens, right, if there's things that they need to do, accountable. So that's my only question, and it just goes, or my only comment, and it goes back to the transparency that we need within the township. But thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Sinney. Mr. Onestad.
Doug Onestad. So I'm now speaking as an individual. And I'd like to actually I have two requests for the board. One is for the stormwater fee to really, and people are already talking about, can I get a credit for this, can I get a credit for that? Those discussions started within the stormwater task force, but they became so burdensome that we kind of push it aside for now. But I guess I'm kind of forewarning you about that, is that you're really gonna have to think about how you tackle that and the ramifications of it. So I guess start thinking about that early on in the process and don't wait till later on. So that's my first request. The second request actually deals with another comment that was mentioned a couple times, which is planting trees on private property. So this was also discussed, and this is where I personally deviated from some of my fellow colleagues on the Stormwater Task Force, because I, such as Sharon made a comment and some other people did, and I concur with that, if we want to be as effective as possible, we really need to look at that seriously. At a minimum, you should be able to plant trees on right-of-ways by the road. Many other places in Pennsylvania do this, so that shouldn't be a high burden. And I would, and really I'd like tonight, if possible, is if you guys can authorize a spend to research that very specific question about whether or not, again, these are not taxpayer fees, or taxpayer money coming in. This is fees from a contractor, so it's a little bit, or a developer, so it's a little bit different where the money's coming from and how it can be used. So this is going to be a very highly technical question about how broad you can make that, because that would be the ultimate solution, is if we can do that and put them in the right places where they have the best impact. So that's going to be a good one for the solicitor to work on, because it's going to be complicated. But I agree with that, and I'd really like to see the board move forward on that analysis, because that analysis really needs to happen at least in parallel with the board deciding whether to move forward with the code change, right? Because you don't even know what you're allowed to do yet. So it's hard to have a full discussion on that internally and with the public on what you want to do with the tree ordinance until you have that answer. So I'd really like to see the board move forward on that legal discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Onestad. Any other comments, questions on the Stormwater Task Force report? Hearing none, we will go to the next item on the agenda, which I've sort of forgotten there was one. No, not really. That was a bad attempt at a little humor. Next is a motion to authorize staff to advertise a public hearing on November 15, 2021 for the 2022 preliminary budget. Mr. Duraco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As required in our charter, we need to hold one public hearing on the preliminary budget, which we're going to have at the next meeting before the board approves the preliminary budget. Happy to answer any questions.
So, Joe, just for the board, every board member, and maybe the public, we're going to have a public hearing on the preliminary budget. Now, when can the preliminary budget suggestions be made if there are going to be any changes? How does that work? Just so we can clear that up.
What I would suggest is that after the preliminary budget is approved, that the next item on the agenda at our next meeting be, an additional budget discussion where we can introduce potential changes to that preliminary budget to be prepared for the first meeting in December, when the board will authorize another public hearing for a budget ordinance, as well as an ordinance on the millage rate. So that way, because at that meeting, once the board approves the public hearing, and I'll have to advertise, changes at that point become a little sticky.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to go through a procedure here to see, to make sure we all knew where we were here. So do I have a motion to authorize staff to advertise a public hearing on November 15, 2021 for the 2022 preliminary budget? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any board comment? Do I have any citizen comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Next is motion to authorize staff to execute documents associated with a 2-year health insurance renewal contract with Delaware Valley Health Trust. Mr. Duraco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is going to be similar to actually what we did last year when we had a similar opportunity in front of us. I touched on this very briefly during the budget presentation, but our health insurance renewal, should we re-up and enter this 2-year program, will be zero. Additionally, the rate cap for next year would be 6.5%. What we've seen over the last couple of years is that we've been nowhere near that. I think we haven't had an increase in a couple of years, as a matter of fact. The additional positive to entering this program is that Divot's actually going to give us a rate credit of $113,000 to reduce our premium. So year over year, we're actually going to see a net decrease in our premiums. So I recommend entering the program.
So yeah, so Joe, let me just put this another way. You had plugged in like a 5% increase, and if if that's already there, we're now going to have a $259,000 saving. Is that right, Joe? I mean, it would look like that. We hadn't spent the money, but it was in our budget anticipating a 5% increase.
Correct.
So yes, the bottom line is this is a great deal, and you can count on it just as we have in the past. I mean, this isn't Divot doesn't do these things and as like a sleight of hand. So, okay. Do I have a motion to authorize staff to execute documents associated with a 2-year health insurance renewal contract with Delaware Valley Health Trust? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any board comment? Any citizen comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now here is a motion. Next is a motion to support the municipal authorities executing a notice of intent regarding the township's participation in the treatment plan rental pool for the Valley Forge sewage treatment plant. The municipal authority unanimously approved the motion not to participate in the rental pool at their meeting on October 12, 2021. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you pointed out, the motion tonight is basically it's a belt and suspenders necessary action for reports of the township. So the municipal authority, which actually owns our sanitary sewer lines, voted unanimously at their meeting to not participate in the Valley Forge Sewer Authority rental pool agreement. The long and short of it, we have Mr. Heberg here, who serves on the municipal authority and is our representative to the Valley Forge Sewer Authority. Can answer any specific questions, but there are the smaller municipalities at the Valley Forge Sewer Authority looking for additional capacity in terms of what they need for their development. And there's a rental pool agreement that exists under the current agreements from 1970. The municipal authority felt it's not a good offer for the township to consider, and they voted unanimously not to participate. So tonight, we're just asking for your concurrence to agree with their decision. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just want to clarify, so voting yes is to support not to participate?
Yes.
So that we have the right direction.
I had the same.
Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, voting yes is
Yes,
not the,
voting yes is to vote
the way
not
this
to
is worded.
participate.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make
Isn't
sure
it?
we got that right.
To
Bill, is
support.
that
Yeah,
right?
you're concurring with the municipal authority's
Decision. Okay.
decision.
I'm going for the hat trick tonight, Murph.
Oh, I know, you got it, man.
No, there's three options on the form, and I think you'll be asked to sign the form. And what we voted for is to sign the third option which was we will not participate. And that's what the municipal
Right,
authority
just
voted
like we said
to
that
do.
the last-
But I believe you have to sign it.
In the last motion, the last approval with Divot on our health insurance, that was a good deal. This is a bad deal. It's Mr. Heber. This is a bad deal. That's why we're voting no and backing the
I agree.
municipal authority. So, do I have a motion to support the municipal authorities executing a notice of intent not to enter into
So
this?
moved.
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second? Any board comment? Any citizen comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Motion to approve the following documents for Echo Sweetsford Associates LP. Deed of dedication for traffic signal or other public improvement easements. Part of deed of the dedication for traffic signal or other public improvement easements, UPI 43560, part of Mr. Burgo.
Chairman Wasaki and members of the board, there's two easements that are before, deed of dedication for two easements relating to the Bizzuto development at the intersection of Sweetsford Road and Contention Lane. Those are on the southeast and southwestern corners of the intersection, and these easements will allow for the traffic signals that are going to be updated and the traffic signal equipment and electrical to be included, the public improvements to be included in those areas. So one of the easements is for 502 square feet of area, and the other one is for 555 square feet of area. They have been reviewed by the solicitor's office, and they are recommended to the board tonight for consideration and approval.
Thank you, Mr. Burgo. Motion to, do I have a motion to approve the following documents for Echo Sweetsford Associates LP? Deed of dedication for one traffic signal, deed of dedication for another deed of dedication for a traffic signal. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any board comment? Any citizen comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. The next item we are going to take off the agenda tonight. That's the motion to authorize solicitor staff to draft an ordinance. We're going to fine tune it a little bit and then roll it out again, I think. Next is on our agenda is a preliminary discussion of changes to the subdivision and land development ordinance, specifically final approvals. And now I'm going to go to, and this is a preliminary discussion. There are going to be no motions tonight. There are going to be no votes tonight on this. Just wanted to, so everybody knows. But we're going to start with Mr. Martin, who is going to give a little bit of history here, and just in terms, just so we have that as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the hour is late, so I will keep this very high level. First, before I begin, I want to thank Mr. Baumann for putting together some information and finding some old documents going back to 1987, and also Tori Snyder, who provided some detailed comments. She currently serves on the Planning Commission. And you should have an email from Ms. Snyder about how where we stand on some of these issues. So the first part, this originally was established in 1987 when we first adopted our SALDO, a subdivision land development code, and we were able to we have a transcript from that original discussion and this very issue, whether to have land development authority with the board versus the planning commission was actually a hot topic at the time. when they set up this original design. Tredyffrin is one of 25% of municipalities in the state that have land development authority with the Planning Commission, so we are not as unique as we originally thought. But we are unique in terms of our surrounding communities, so that is one issue to consider. The elected Board of Supervisors obviously appoints the Planning Commission members. Your Planning Commission at this point has a civil engineer, 2 attorneys, a home builder, a non-residential developer, and a land planner. So a pretty diverse background of volunteers who work very hard on this. Shifting the power back to to this Board of Supervisors has come up on several occasions. The most recent of which we can find any formal discussion was in 2011. And of course, there are advantages and disadvantages to both sides of that coin. The important thing to consider, we'll open this up for discussion about the pros and cons as we talk this process through. The important thing to consider, as Tori and Mr. Baumann have pointed out, and I'll do tonight, land development approvals are based on code requirements. So the issue of whether or not the controversial issues get approved really just is based on the code. Sure, there are waivers, and there are waivers granted, but the ultimate decision is on the land development is the code. So whether the authority lands with the supervisors or the Planning Commission, the same rules apply. And unfortunately, some of those outcomes may not be the best, but they are by law what is required under the existing code. So that's kind of the high level opening of where we are and some of the issues to consider as you start your discussions.
Okay, Mr. Martin, we can, thank you, and thank Matt Baumann also. We can start the discussion up here a little bit, just to, if you'd like. I'm going to have to take a mini break here myself, so I'm not trying to avoid listening to certain people, but it's very important that I take this break.
I would like to specify for the residents in the audience, we've already been made aware of it, but the percentage of municipalities in the state that give land development review and approval authority to their planning commission is only 25% of the municipalities. So 75% of them retain it with their board of supervisors. Something else, and I have read through the documents from 1987, when it came up for consideration again in year 2011, we have some meeting minutes, but we don't have the detailed transcript from that hearing, which I think is very important in talking about it today. So it was last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Baumann said he would ask the court reporter who took the testimony back then if she had it and could provide it to us. But 1987 was a really long time ago, and it was before the internet, so people didn't know very much what was going on. They couldn't look up the different laws. They couldn't communicate with each other about what was happening around them. And as far as development in Tredyffrin goes, there was a lot less development in Tredyffrin in 1987 compared to present day 2021. We're full. So, and any time that any big development project is considered and built, it affects everybody around it. They're not being built in a remote area anymore. There's all kinds of people around. And while I understand that the Planning Commission is making decisions based on the Land Development Code, some of the variances or waivers that they're giving are not understandable to anybody, and some not to me. For example, on Russell Road, the township gave its blessing to Altera to build up an assisted living facility that was over 3 times the size of what would have been permitted otherwise. And when I asked Mr. Baumann, once I came on as a supervisor, why he gave that his approval and his blessing, his response to me was because they couldn't build what they wanted to build unless we gave them this approval. And I am very much against the township allowing projects that so seriously negatively impact the neighbors around it. We have ordinances in place regarding the size of developments and the buildings and what can go in, and those are there for the protection of the residents. And yet lately, whenever a developer comes forward and asks for a waiver of having to comply with these rules, they're being given such waivers. And it leaves township residents distraught. The only way for them to appeal the decision is to go hire lawyers and go into court. And that's very expensive for a lot of people to do that. So yes, the Planning Commission members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, but they have 4 or 5 year terms, and that's a really long time. If somebody makes a big mistake in year 1 or 2, everybody's forgotten it by year 4. Well, not everybody, as I see in the audience, because memories are long, but it's hard. You can't remove anybody, in the middle of their session. So that's something I think we should seriously consider in talking about land development authority and final approval. So that's what I have to say on it for now. And I'll turn over the floor to anybody else who has commentary.
Sure, I have a few thoughts on this. And basically, like anything else in municipal government, there is no perfect or ideal answer, because the trade-off is we wouldn't want, we have people on the Planning Commission, and again, this township is volunteer powered for these various boards. But at the same time, they're appointed by the Board of Supervisors, but the Board of Supervisors is we are the elected representatives of the people. So we don't want the Board of Supervisors to get bogged down with every little project, but at the same time, what we'd like to do is sort of have authority on projects. So again, my opinion, and by the way, I'm not a lawyer, everyone says thank God for that, but what I'd like to do, from a practical point of view, it seems like one way to deal with it might be that if a project is, let's say, estimated at a price of, more than, pick a number, $2 million, adjusted for inflation every year, then maybe what happens is that any approval given by the Planning Commission becomes a tentative approval subject to ratification by the board within, again, some period of time, so that will allow for public comment to the board as well. And again, you'd have to look at the details, so you'd say anything, let's say, if you say $2 million in 1 year, or $1 million every 2 years to prevent someone from just sort of breaking up a project, in smaller sizes where they can avoid having to go to the board. But some system like that, I think, could be made to work and would not bog the board down. But anyway, that's just kind of my opinion, and I wanted to share that with you.
One item of clarification, Bill, I think that's a question for you, but if this were to change, it doesn't dissolve the Planning Commission. It just simply means the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, of which the Board of Supervisors votes instead of the Planning Commission, correct?
Correct. There would still be they would make a recommendation whether or not, and then you get extra meetings for you and the applicants. That's really the only difference.
I mean, I think that's a really important point, because we don't lose the real estate, legal, or development expertise of that board. But we simply push the final decision to people that are elected by the citizens.
I do have some concern about politicizing the decision. So I think that's something just to consider as we're weighing all of the pros and cons. I like the idea of thinking about nuanced approaches, maybe having like a bigger role for the liaison of the supervisors to the planning commission, maybe we have to provide a formal memo. I know that the EAC has recently become more involved in the land development process, and I know that's been a big improvement where they lend their expertise regarding trees. So I guess I'm interested in hearing various opinions. I know there's pros and cons to both sides, and I think, perhaps there's somewhere in the middle where we could go with this. Interested in hearing other people's thoughts.
Yeah. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that we would dissolve the Planning Commission at all. I'm more in agreement with Mr. O'Neill that they would review everything and make a recommendation. And personally, I am a lawyer, I'd like to see, kind of the findings of fact and conclusions of law that went into their decision-making. Because one thing I know that I and several other members on this board believe is that the township does not owe a developer a big profit. So if they have to keep their development within certain standards, a hardship is not saying, but we won't make as much money unless you let us build it this big. That economic profit is not a hardship. Thank you.
I've been out of the room for some time, so I don't know who's spoken and not spoken, so maybe I should leave again. No, I just think that this is, I think it's more complex than meets the eye. I mean, my gut wants to say, hey, we're the elected folks up here. We should make the decision. I mean, that's it. And, oh, by the way, give due weight. This is, if you have those, you've appointed a board, and if you do the right appointments to the commission, give that due weight. I mean, I mean, this, and because there's only a certain amount, the law is the law. The ordinance are the ordinances. You can't make a decision that's not within the ordinances. So, and you would think coming out of you made the appointment, apparently you have good people, maybe you've got the mix of talents in those people on the planning commission where you don't have you might get lucky and have a real mix of talents up here, you probably do today, but I'm open, I'm sort of open, and I'm cognizant of what that would mean. Maybe we go to two, if we'd have to go, I'm just throwing this out, we'd have to go to two Board of Supervisors meeting a month for all year instead of the 5 months we do now. I mean, I don't know if that's it or not. But, so this is basically not a decision to be taken lightly. I know we're not, and I don't think the residents are either. And so there was, I see when you say, I understand when you say that could result in the politicizing. I mean, it's great to say, let's throw it right out there, because if the decisions aren't made correctly for everybody, the residents, you have, let's say any particular decision, not a decision that's out there or has been made in the past, and to say that you can vote somebody out in whatever the time frame is, then I guess that's true, but you can do that anyway. So, so you got to look at it. I have to look at it at all kinds of different ways for me, and I know I'm not being that articulate right now, but I have to think about this. I have to really think about it. It would be easy for me to say and sit here, Murph, what are you thinking about, man? This is just, you're the elected person here. Make the decision like 75% of the Commonwealth does. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that, by the way, but we shouldn't throw out, if somebody makes a decision that I don't like coming from or anybody that doesn't like coming from the Planning Commission, is that, you have to really think about this issue before you sort of Others might say, you know, overall, yeah, there's some clunkers in there, or it wasn't good for this neighborhood or that neighborhood, but overall, taking the picture, they've done a decent job. I'm not saying that's right, but I need to think about this more. That's where I am personally, so.
I would like to respond to that, Chairman Wozaki. I think you were out of the room when Mr. Bhaskar was talking, and he had suggested that, at least I think he suggested it, that the Board of Supervisors would not take final authority over small projects, over little things, but that it might be the bigger projects. And I don't know how we would define that, whether by square footage or by dollar value. I'm not sure how we would do that, but I think that's on the table, so that it wouldn't just be everything. And in the past years, it seems like there's only one or two really big projects that have been coming up. So I'm not sure that it would add an additional meeting to every month.
No, I was using that as an example, Supervisor Humble. I wasn't suggesting that we would do anything. We might not change one thing here. We would just have, like they do in some other townships which are adjacent to us, where they have really engaged residents, and we just have longer meetings. You know, I wasn't suggesting, but I'd just like to ask Mr. McKenna right now. Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. McKenna right now, because
no legal advice in a public meeting, Murph. You know the rule, but go ahead.
No, well, you told me I saw Supervisor Bhaskar's idea. I mean, can you do that?
Probably not, would be my answer without having looked into it.
Okay.
MPC says you can delegate the authority, but there's zero scant case law on what that means. You know, is it an all or nothing proposition? I don't know how you would characterize it. I'd have to look at what the other municipalities who have delegated the authority have done. But my gut says no, just because I don't know how you could frame it in such a way where it would be justifiable to separate out the type of the project, I guess, off the top of my head. And I'm shooting from the hip here.
I'm not holding you, but see, you gave me a good gut. That was a gut. It could have gone the other way too, but okay, we could look at that. I was sort of suspect how you could break up your delegation there, you know, of authority. So, okay, but we'll see. That would be something that we could we might consider. But again, my mind is open on this, and it's not made up. I really want to think about it. Maybe I'd like to know a little bit more of, you know, the history here. I mean, or does this come up once every 20, 30 years because people, because that's when there's a hot issue, and that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm saying I just don't know. So.
Yeah, actually, there is one comment I'd like to add, which is that I think if you look at the situation here, part of the frustration that I've heard from our citizens is the fact that they feel that some of the members of the Planning Commission have had potential conflicts of interest, have had to recuse themselves more than they needed to. And I'm going to turn that back to the citizens, which is that if we have one open position, and if we have one volunteer for that open position, I mean, this township is volunteer powered. So if there's one open position and one volunteer for that position, unless that volunteer happens to be a pedophile or a mass murderer or something like that, the board really has to say one position, one volunteer. We have to confirm that volunteer. So for us to have more diversity on the Planning Commission or any other board or commission or whatever the organization that we have, we need to have a pool of citizens that are willing to step up and willing to devote time and energy, much as the Stormwater Task Force did. Okay, so So please keep that in mind. Watch for vacancies as and when they arise. Volunteer, step up, and make this township work for all of you.
I have a comment on that, Bhaskar. A few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, a vacancy came up on the Planning Commission, and I applied for it, and I never got a call back or even an acknowledgement that my application and resume and letter of interest were received. So just because there's an opening and we tell people to apply for it, that's my personal experience.
You wanted to know my comment? Oh, okay. It's not going to be very long. My comment is, and I know I'm going to upset some people I work with in this room, but I support it. I support taking it. 25%, I trust the number. I'm surprised. I've never run into it anywhere else. I was aware of maybe 1 or 2 others. 25% seems like a lot. To Mr. Supervisor Bhaskar's issue, if they're small issues, and I happen to believe most of them, 95%, recommendation of the Planning Commission, approved, no problem. When it's controversial, I think we need to be the final word.
Supervisor Freed, why did you say that I would be, that's why, I'm serious, I'm undecided, I will tell you. I probably lean that way, but I'm also undecided because sometimes I say, wow, it must have worked for a while here. And then, but issues arise. So, yes, if it is, and I agree with you that this probably the number of smaller issues will far outweigh the Wayne Glens that come along, which would have come to us anyway and did come to us as a conditional use. So, in any event, thank you.
Should we ask for citizen?
Yeah, let's turn it over to the citizens now.
I think the comment that Mr. Baumann admitted that something was passed, even though it violated the apparent rules, is just proof enough.
Mr. Bauman's not here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to need to comment. So I don't know, and I just want to clarify, Mr. Baumann has no authority.
No, I'm not saying he gave Ms. Humble an answer.
He's not here to respond to that, and I'm just going to be very clear.
Okay.
It's very important that everyone is in this
Well,
room.
that was mentioned.
So he has no authority.
I understand.
No staff
I'm just saying that was mentioned. It's on tape. We could run it back, okay?
Actually, I appreciate you bringing it up because it needs to be clarified.
Yeah.
No staff member has any authority to make any decisions on waivers under the code. We can only make recommendations.
I'm not saying Mr. Baumann made the decision.
Well, the comment was made that he made some sort of decision on this. He has no decision-making authority on this.
Well,
he can only provide guidance and recommendations.
Decisions were made that were not within the typical code or.
Well, again, I'm not a lawyer.
Allowances were made.
So
We do know that.
Waivers are allowed. It was a building issue of what type of building structure was allowed on the site. And I don't want to I'll let the solicitor comment on that. I'm not a lawyer, but waivers are allowed under the code. And
Right, the planning commission did it.
No code was violated.
Okay. Anyway, that being said, I think that controversy or controversial is the right word that was used. Because it is a couple times maybe here and there. But when it impacts so greatly, that's all that should matter. And it's not politicized, by the way. It doesn't become political. It's actually just withholding a responsibility, a big responsibility, to a body that happens to be elected. It doesn't have to be political. You guys are elected to your positions. The Planning Commission is appointed to give you feedback based upon their particular expertise. And that's what they're doing. But they're not looking big picture. They compartmentalize it, basically, on these specific codes and specific paperwork and checking boxes. But big picture comes back to you. Big picture for our entire township. And every single decision you make should take that into account. Does it work? Does that particular decision, does that particular project for development work for Tredyffrin? Because it does kind of come back to stormwater management and everything else that happens. You know, we have to be in harmony here. So when you allow for development, you are going to affect the entire township in so many ways. That's why it needs to be in your responsible hands and not an elected body. It just has to be. So thank you for those who agree, and I hope the rest of you realize how important this is.
And I mean, and I know you're not criticizing the planning commission. I have...
No.
I know you're not, and I just want to emphasize, I have the greatest amount, as I'm sure you do, of respect and appreciation. They're very good. I think almost always we would follow the recommendation, but the buck's got to stop somewhere, and it's got to be here,
I agree.
in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Erin Van Yaries again. Supervisor Bashir, I just want to let you know that I'm not in favor of a monetary minimum because the small buildings generally get resolved, quickly, where it's the larger ones, in this case, the ALF in our community, affected us in a large way. And it seems as if it was a case not so much the size of the building, yes, the height of the building or the price of the building, but it was having to do with the transparency and time frames that the community was unaware of, and the notification to that community at large. And I'm not talking about the people that lived across the street. I'm talking about the people that have to use that road, Russell Road. So I think the proximity, the pinch points of both 252 Bear Road and Old Lancaster with the tunnel of the train station, that's where the notification needs to be made. And I know you have ordinances that specify according to municipal law or state law, but I would like to have Mr. McKenna present to us sometime in the future these pros and cons, not just for the issues pertaining to lawsuits that might affect the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors if they choose to take this over, but for the residents to understand the ramifications, because the facts that Mr. Martin just gave about 25% versus the 75% of municipalities that give the final review to the Board of Supervisors is really important. So that's pretty substantial. And I think that at this point, there was some concern to the citizens a while back in our meetings in 2019 that there might be some problems with rejecting building and waivers for this ALF because they might get sued. We need to know the scenarios before we make these decisions, because we have a group of neighbors that were really upset, and we just felt that we didn't know, we weren't informed, and it wasn't easily found for us to gather information, have discussion, and then fight whatever stance we took. So I'm hoping that that can be a little more transparent not only for our issue, because we know it's a done deal, but future issues where this final approval is going to affect us for the next 25 years.
So are you asking for, just to clarify, not the pros and cons of the Board of Supervisors taking that power back, or the process in either case of what the pros and cons of turning down a particular development, even if it meets the code, and what legal challenges that puts on the board or the township?
It has to
Is that
do
what
with taking the final approval from the Planning Commission and the liability that might be set up for the Board of Supervisors. Because one of the excuses was given to us, and I don't have the exact wording because I would have to do a right to know on the transcript, but we were told, that might open us liability because, they have the right to develop their property the way they see fit within our ordinances.
I think in either case, whoever has the power, it's the same liability. We have to follow our ordinances, our codes. Waivers and variances, that kind of thing, I think that's
and so
where there's wiggle room maybe, but
that's where we got caught up.
Oh, sorry.
It was the variances.
Waving my arms.
We were unaware of these variances. So I'm just saying,
But
it would slow the process down so that the community members could really see what is being asked, what's being changed before we're granting variances to builders.
Yeah, and maybe in any case, whatever the decision is here, having something on our website, somehow the process very clear, because that wouldn't change, I think, whether or not we take the power. We still would have to follow our ordinances, our code, and actually 2 years ago when we went through this conversation, I remember that's why we focused on our codes. We were like, well, the best way to make sure we don't get projects that we don't want is to make sure our codes are how we want them. So that's why our focus kind of shifted to that. Anyway, you can continue.
The other comment is, I did see that there was a posting in the newsletter for volunteers on that committee. I think what needs to happen, it was a small little blurb, but you need to somehow describe in so many words the type of citizen that you're looking for, the type of expertise. The newsletter really can be expanded so much better, along with the website, giving ideas on the kind of person we're looking for to fill these positions on a volunteer level. I applaud the task force because that was a huge effort, and we now have a good framework. But I think you need to be doing this for all these volunteer issues where, community members come up here, they make a statement, and we're recorded in the minutes, but then it sometimes doesn't get followed up. And here we are 2 years later, trying to follow up. So I appreciate the fact that it's on the agenda today.
I'm sorry, I usually just don't even comment on something like that, but we're past that and we're here tonight. And we came through a period with the COVID, we came through the pandemic, and
yes, I realize.
Things were prioritized, whether people like them or don't like them. But we're here and we're actually talking about it.
And I appreciate that. So I appreciate, and that's why I'm here. So thank you very much.
Doug Onestad. So I have been going to the Planning Commission meetings regularly now for quite some time as the EAC liaison to the Planning Commission. And I want to go back to a comment that Supervisor Humble said about the one project that got a lot of heat. People need to understand that a lot of those decisions are actually not made at the Planning Commission level. They're made at the Zoning and Hearing Board. So that height exception was actually the zoning and hearing board, not the planning commission. And I need you guys to understand something. If you take this on, that, once they rule that way, that's a quasi-legal entity. Once they rule and grant that exception, you have to honor it. So I want you, so when citizens come in here, how dare you have a building that height? And you're gonna be like, well, we can't do anything. And so I guess a couple of things. One, I understand about, you are the last line. You are the elected officials, you're the, thing. But at the same time, it's also why we have a judicial system with judges that are not politicians who get elected, except for the state of Pennsylvania. But on a national level, at least, we don't have that. Because you're supposed to be calling balls and strikes, not running for office all the time for making these decisions. So it's a concern of mine, although I see both sides. I truly see both sides, that you are the ultimate responsibility for the township, but also anyone who says that these aren't being politicized is just naive, especially in today's day and age. So I'm really concerned about that, because again, and I really believe, there's another prior comment that I forget who made it, but the problem, most of these problems are really in the code. So they take the height issue, lock down the code. You can actually specify those things. As problems come up, change the code, but I haven't seen those changes to stop that in the future. You can also remove you can also limit, as a general rule, the variances and, how the special exceptions are done and da-da-da-da. You can change the code to address a lot of these issues. At the end of the day, you can't just decide arbitrarily which ones you're going to do and not do. If the code allows something, you're gonna have to allow it. So I think the core issue here is really our code issue. Because as I talk to the planning commission members one-on-one over time, the amount of knowledge that they use for making those decisions is astounding. And so many of them can quote the code for the planning. They've been focused on this a lot of them have been on there for many, many years, and they know that code inside and out. So again, it makes me nervous that it might become politicized and less based on the code. And if there's a serious problem, and I believe that there needs to be some code changes, not just at the planning, but on the zoning and hearing board side as well.
Mr. Honestad, I just want to address some of the things you said. First of all, the Board of Supervisors early in 2020 did take action to revise the code or the zoning such to disallow building assisted living facilities in the residential neighborhoods of the type of the ones on Russell Road. So we did do that to batten down those hatches. And I don't think that the Board of Supervisors or any of us on here who spoke about it, are suggesting that we want authority to disregard what the code says has to do. We know that lots of development is by right. I think the real issue is the variances and the waivers, which are given based on discretion. And because that discretion can swing one way or the other, I think that's the key issue, is the supervisors being able to look at that discretionary approval or disapproval and rule on it. And I know you say, and I heard Dr. Gussie say, you don't want these decisions to become political. We're elected officials. Everything we do is political. I mean, some of these items on the agenda are non-controversial, but we still have to approve it, whereas other things are huge issues, such as the stormwater issues. And
But again, you're saying like we won't be able to review all of those waivers.
There's not that many. There's not that many.
So again, a lot of these issues you've been having are on the zoning side. So if the zoning said, yes, you can build higher than you're allowed, yes, you may have more impervious coverage than you're allowed. If they say that, and then it comes to you, you can't use any discretion.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Go ahead.
I think you're going to say the same thing
I think we're confusing, and I don't want to get into a legal lesson here, but I think it's important for us just to understand there's two main ordinances we're dealing with. The zoning code, where you have variances.
Yes.
That go to the zoning hearing board, that this board cannot have any authority over. And the subdivision and land development ordinance, where waivers get granted that go to the planning commission and then can come here, is what we're talking about.
Understood. My point is that the
Sorry, Supervisor Humble.
No, thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Is it's not about a lot of the decisions that the public is really upset with. Some of them aren't. A lot of them aren't coming from the planning decisions. They're coming from the zoning, which you won't be able to undo here. And it's just, I guess, because it's interesting. People might assume. The assumption
people will assume. I mean, if there's one thing I think even we learned, people are going to, I think people assume and then say based on an assumption, but that can't drive whether you make the right decision or not.
I guess what I'm really saying is that I'd really like to see more focus on changes in the code, because I believe that there should be a lot of changes, and removing some of the discretion from some of the discretion from the zoning hearing board. And I think that would be a bigger improvement than having you guys vote at the end.
Yeah, and again, and it's an interesting question, and again, and the solicitor is probably going to shoot me in a second, but that's really governed by state law, what discretion the zoning hearing board has over the zoning code versus what discretion the board or the planning commission has over the SAUDO. I don't know that you can.
It's both. I'll stop you on that. It's
Okay.
both, they're both controlled by state law.
You're right.
The case law.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
They're both
that's
governed by state. So I guess my point is
what's
that
allowed and not allowed.
Give you a perfect example. We took ALFs out of C1. An ALF could come in and ask for a variance, a use variance, so that they could still put it in C1, and that's going to be up to the zoning hearing board.
Right, and again, I just want to be clear, I'm not against this. I just want it to be thought out about what you're trying to accomplish, because, again, a lot of the issues, how they handle the zoning hearing board meetings is by, state law and above them. However, your ordinances that go into the zoning and give them, discretion, those can be tightened up, and you can definitely have guidance. But at any rate, this is going to be an interesting process either way, so good luck on that.
Good evening. The idea of final approval is really very interesting. I do have to mention, and it's already been brought up, so I feel free to do so, Wayne Glen. When the ordinance that allowed Wayne Glen was in process, it came to the Planning Commission, and it was in the last stage of whether or not to approve. At that meeting, the chair of the Planning Commission said, I can't tell you his precise words, but as close as I can recall was, I have reservations about the ordinance and I need more information.
Can I interrupt you for I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Because I just think, I want to make sure, are you talking about the ordinance or are you talking about the land development?
It's all related.
Because ordinances always come to this board.
I'm sorry?
Ordinance changes always come to this board.
I'm sorry, with the mask I'm having trouble.
Ordinance changes always have and always do come to the board. It's land development.
Yes, now hold on, let me finish,
Okay.
please, let me finish. I understand that, I understand the process. It's the way the process is carried out that's in question for me at this moment. What happened at that meeting was the chair said, I have reservations, I need more information about this ordinance, about the whole idea. Mimi Gleason, who was Bill Martin at the time, Mimi Gleason, the township, she was township manager at the time, was sitting over here, and she stood up. The meeting was on Thursday. She stood up and said, "I'm sorry, the board is meeting on Monday, and the decision to pass this ordinance is on the agenda. You have to make a decision now." What happened was the chair said, "Do we have a motion on the ordinance?" Somebody said yes. Somebody seconded. How many aye? Everybody voted for it. Mimi Gleason said it's on the board's agenda for Monday, so they passed the ordinance. As a result, we have Wayne Glen. 735 people, residents of the general area around Wayne Glen, signed petitions against high-density housing. We presented the ordinance to the board, and the board completely ignored the wishes of the people they represented. Joe Duckworth did exactly the same process in Londonderry Township, and I remember holding up the book that Witholsky at University of Pennsylvania wrote about Londonderry Township. It was Joe Duckworth's business plan. And I said, this is what he's doing, and the board did not listen. They went ahead and they gave him permission to build that development. And then he went on YouTube talking to an attorney, I think Laverack, I can't remember, I think it's still up on the internet, and said, we succeeded in having one area in Tredyffrin Township rezoned so we can build this. The zoning, the ordinance was really, as we know, as we believe, spot zoning. The ordinance was written as a regional ordinance. Therefore, because of that one word, regional, it was not legally spot zoning. They cited, Joe Duckworth cited a variety of locations in the township that would apply under, that could be developed under this ordinance.
I don't want to interrupt, but we're talking about the here and now.
I understand that,
I know that,
but I'm talking about the process. Somebody said 25% of the townships allow the board, the planning commission to make decisions. 75% allow it to go to the board. Quite frankly, I really wonder what difference it makes if the board is not going to listen to the residents. And I think essentially that's my point. The Board of Supervisors must represent the citizens, not the developer. Jason Duckworth wrote in the application for a grant to build the stormwater basin. He got $1,500,000 based on his grant of our money to build that place. And he said, well, I leveraged $93 million to build this property. So if he can't build the basin, he can't make $93 million. Excuse me. And I believe Sharon Humble said the board, I'm sorry, it was you, or perhaps another person, I'm sorry, the board does not owe the developer a profit. And that's what happened. The board gave him a $93 million business deal because over the opposition of the residents who lived in the area. And that's the important point. That is the important aspect of this entire process, is who is listening to who is representing whom. And that's the end of it, I think. Your responsibility, and I know you didn't have anything to do with that business, that nonsense anyway, but there are people who are listening who did have responsibility for it. You are responsible to us, the citizens. We are not responsible to any developer. And that's essentially it. That's the ultimate end of the process. Thank you, I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Mr. Coonan, I do have one comment, which is ultimately the board has to delegate certain things.
Could you take your, I'm having trouble understanding,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
You can.
It's my fault, I understand that.
No, So ultimately, the board has to delegate the things that it does. We can't do everything. So the question at hand really is not so much, is the board responsible to the citizens or not? It is more what is, from the point of view of running the township for the benefit of the citizens, which is what we try to do, is the board, what is the right level of delegation? So we're really here talking about, what is delegated to the Planning Commission, the Zoning Hearing Board, and all the various other boards, versus what is the decision that we take. So I think that to some extent, we have to delegate something, and what we try to do is figure out what it is that we try to delegate.
Mhm. All right, it's not a simple problem, I understand. It's complex and it requires a lot of discussion and a lot of people talking about their point of view and coming to a compromise, a conclusion. It is a compromise, and arguing over it doesn't make it better. Discussing it does, because we can air our ideas and our concerns, and that's what matters. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Ivo Jansen, also Russell Road resident. Thank you very much for putting this item on the agenda. I'm very glad to see it on there. I don't understand many of the nuances that you brought up. I'm sure there's a lot there that intersects with this issue. But one thing that I do understand is that currently the Board of Supervisors has no ability to intervene at all. We were here 2 years ago with the concerns on the assisted living facility that was being proposed for Russell Road, and a variance had been granted, or a waiver, I don't exactly remember what the proper terminology is there, for building 3 times the length that the code allows. We found a very sympathetic ear here with the board, but you said, there's nothing we can do. It's with the Planning Commission. There's nothing we can do. And so I agree with Supervisor Fried that the buck stops with you. I understand that the Planning Commission consists of people with great expertise. I enjoyed talking to them. I found them very helpful in many ways. But at the end of the day, it is you who has to be able to intervene when something goes astray. And sometimes something goes astray. And that's when you need to take your responsibility and say, we need to intervene here. Currently, you do not have that ability. And so I strongly endorse the proposition that the final approval authority should rest with the Board of Supervisors, and I hope that you will approve that, so that you have the ability to intervene in those few circumstances. I understand you can't do it all, where it clearly goes astray. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arlene Talley, Tredyffrin. I just have a quick question. Is there a difference if the Planning Commission recommends something and the buck stops with you? Can you say no? I was at a Planning Commission and I said, do you ever say no to anybody? And they said, not if they, if not
Can we
if...
or would we?
Huh?
I can't answer the question of would we, but can we? Yes.
Even if
But not
the
if it's within the
project
code, right?
does everything
Well,
it's
I mean,
supposed to.
assuming, like on, for instance, yeah, we have to follow the code just like they have to follow the code, but if it's I mean, certain things are discretionary, right? Whether to grant a waiver or not grant a waiver is,
But what if there's no waivers and if they
no, then you have to follow the law.
then you have to say yes if they do
Well,
everything.
or you have to say no, depending on whether it complies with the law or doesn't comply with the law.
If it's a by right, let's just say it's a big by right. It's a big apartment building. I'm just making this up, but not by much.
No, I know, because
Yeah, I know.
you know my
It's a
concern.
big apartment building, and they say, yes, we're going to record it, and that's it, it's by right. Let's assume there isn't any height or anything, but that would have been granted by the zoning board, and we couldn't do anything with that anyway here, if it's a zoning thing. We can't touch that, that's the ordinance. So everybody's got to comply with the same ordinances. That's the thing. That's one of the big issues here. If it's done right, let's say this, if they approve something by the ordinance and that's their decision and it's by the law and by the ordinance and there's no change, we can't, in other words, we can't do anything. In other words, if they recommend, I'm going around in circles, if they recommend something and it's all done by the ordinances and it comes to us, and there's no waivers that we can fool around with or we can rule on.
So you have to say
it's done.
yes.
It's
Right.
done. We have to, we might try to do some things. That's the difference. There might be some things where we can tweak or do and look at it. But we can only approve or deny by the ordinances.
That was my question, was how much difference is there if the planning commission recommends something or it comes to you? That's my question.
Great question. It's a great question. I think, as the chairman said, if it's within the four corners of the ordinance and it's by right and they're not asking for any waivers, I don't think it does make a difference. And maybe even with the waivers, but where there's discretion, that's where the difference can be made. But no, we have to follow the law the same way the planning commission has to follow.
Right, so there really wouldn't be a lot of difference.
Look, the bottom line is, let's cut right through it. It's who's making the decision. That's the thing. I mean, it's really who's making the decision. The buck stops here. And the ordinance, if the ordinance says what it says, and we can only go by the ordinances, but then we get into the waivers and this, that, and the other, and it's basically who's making the decision. That's what I say. Yes, you have to live by the ordinances if there are waivers. But
they said the zoning commission gives the waivers and you can't change that.
The zoning commission does variances and special exceptions, basically, okay? So if it's a height variance, that we can't do anything with that. I mean, if they've passed on it. And that's why with the planning commission, now there's an ordinance that was introduced a few years ago where if a zoning decision has a land development component, like a height, it first has to go to the planning commission, and the planning commission makes a recommendation to the zoning board, which the zoning board doesn't have to pay any attention to. So it gets a little complex, but to me, it's okay. We have to abide by the ordinances, and it's who's making the decision and what kind of project is it, and what waivers are we talking about, and that kind of thing, and where are the trees going to get planted. I don't mean that to be a wise guy when I say that. How are you going to do with some of the landscaping, some of the traffic flow? Yeah, and that's what it comes to. Who's making the decision. The elected body or the appointed body. And no matter, either one of those, we have to do it by the ordinance, by the law.
But it won't change that much. I mean, it wouldn't change
this is the thing that I keep falling back on is, I want to understand exactly what we could do differently. And if it's nothing, then I feel like the change should be made in our code. That should be our focus. So, and I don't know that I have the answer. I don't know how many decisions there would be where we could actually make a different choice. I don't know how often there are waivers that it would actually impact the project in a way that would make the residents happy. I think, I don't know. Your question is exactly the question I've been trying to get at too.
Okay.
Ms. Talley, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Good.
Ms. Talley, I think part of your concern goes to, what's in the ordinances that they have to follow, and then that ties in with what Mr. Onestad was saying, is we have to tighten up what's in the ordinances because the ones that are there are the ones that they have to follow. So for example, the big apartment building, the 250 room or 250 apartments building that's going in where the old H.H. Gregg was, just over the bridge of Contention Lane, I believe they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees in lieu of in order to build there. That's one thing they can do. And so when I look at that, it says to me that we're selling development for a fee.
I agree. I drove by there today, and there's a lot of trees in the front there, which I know are going to be probably taken down, okay? And it's very loud. I was taking signs down today by 202. But they also changed their design at the very end and went to 3-bedroom apartments, which they didn't start with, and they made the building bigger. So I have a lot of issues with that one. But I was told that there was nothing anybody could do about it. So,
Because I think it's based on the present law, or the law at the time that they were applying.
And we had kicked off a committee for this exact reason, which is, Kevin was on it with me too. That's when we did pull the ALFs out of C1, but we were looking at other things too. And then COVID hit. So we stopped having the meetings because they were in person. But that's an idea, is to re-kick off that committee. Maybe not with you, Kevin, because you'll be gone. But we were looking at things, height and all of the different things, and it's really complicated. So it's really not a quick, the ALFs, that was something we could do quickly. But what we learned when we laid out all the zoning maps and we really talked about all the different aspects that you think about, it's very complicated. So it's a big thing to look at, but I think that could be one answer here.
I agree.
So I guess the one, I'm sorry, good. The one, and I want to get out of the theoretical into the practical. And first of all, I don't think one precludes the other, and I do think we need to keep working on our ordinances. But, we're talking a lot of theoretical. The practical is, and I can't say always or what the percentage is, but often there's going to be 1, 2, 5, 10 waiver requests. There is going to be discretion. So, yes, in a perfect world, if it's by right and there's no waivers, it's all going to be the same. But the reality is that many times there's going to be discretion.
I do think my hope would be that one byproduct of having this board vote would there would be more awareness on the code. And so it starts with the code. And if each of us had to vote every single month on the 1 or 2 exceptions, I think there'd be more awareness. And I think that's a really important part for this township and for this board to look at going forward. We just went through a span of COVID that probably changed how people work, play, and live for the better part of the next 25 years. And if we're not careful on our code, make no mistake, developers and attorneys are very careful and know the code. And so for us to have the community that we want, I think we have to look back at the comprehensive plan that we just redid and then really be specific on the code going forward.
Supervisor Gossi said something really important a couple of minutes ago, and Supervisor Humble backed it up by noting the importance of the township's code and how everything is based on the code. My recollection of reading the township charter, home rule charter, is that if I, a citizen, wanted to introduce a code change or introduce an ordinance, I would have to have signatures of 10% of the township's registered voters within 30 days of the first signature.
2 different issues.
I'm sorry?
There's 2 different issues. You're talking about amending the charter.
I'm sorry, say it
You're
again.
talking about amending the charter. Okay? The zoning in saldo is not in the charter. So it's a different process.
How was the, let me, and then
I'm just telling you, there's two different documents. That's all I'm suggesting. There's the charter, which formed the home rule municipality.
Yeah.
And then there's the zoning
Okay.
ordinance
Yeah.
and the subdivision ordinance. Those are not the
now
same thing.
you're telling me something I didn't know. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Because everything that I was thinking about was based on the idea that I have to go through a particular lengthy, cumbersome process to do that. However, my recollection is, and you can help me here again if you would please, that a developer can introduce a change in the code, introduce an ordinance into the to the township by paying a fee of $2,500 and presenting his code. Am I correct, or is that mistaken?
Any landowner in the township can do so.
I'm sorry?
Any landowner in the township can
I'm
submit
a
a petition.
landowner. Can I introduce an ordinance on any subject
Correct.
if I pay you $2,500?
If we're talking the zoning and the saldo, yes. But it's
Okay.
totally within the discretion of this board on whether to even entertain the petition.
Well, that I understand, yes. But because essentially, we're talking about how decisions are made in the township on land use. And here, Wayne Glen, for example, was based on an ordinance that the developer apparently, as I understand it, you can help me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, introduced very early, according to the minutes of the Turnpike Roundtable, Design Roundtable, which Turnpike, as you may remember, was very involved in that particular basin.
That predated me, but
Yes,
it's
I
not
know that.
unusual. I take you at your word. He may have, my recollection of the background was that they had a lot of involvement in the drafting of that ordinance. Yeah.
Oh, I'm aware of that. But essentially, the developer introduced the ordinance that allowed him to build this colossal property and make this colossal profit. And that's part of the disconnect, I think. And as I said earlier, it's not really so much the process of how all of this stuff is done, but the way the decisions are made,
So
the
Mr.
basis of the decisions.
Mr. Conan, I'm saying, so let me just, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So you would like this board to take final land development authority approval back. Is that correct, sir?
I think I would like to see that happen.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I
Yeah.
was just trying to get you to like.
I understand. I know, it's late and I'm tired too, believe me.
I was trying to bring you home here, you know.
Okay, I hope you're still glad that you won the election. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
But I just think that there's a whole lot of stuff involved in the quote politics of the decision-making process, not just the sequence of events. So, this is my point, and I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
I thought you were going to start speaking. I mean,
Well, no, I was waiting for
you were
permission.
waiting for approval.
Just two quick follow-ups. One, I think the H.H. Gregg is a great example of something that needs to really be done in the code, which is the mixed use, which is horribly abused. The idea is good, the execution was absolutely atrocious, and I actually, Supervisor Nell, the more awareness thing, I think I didn't even contemplate that one. I think that is incredibly true. And I think that might be more valuable than almost anything else, because if you guys see it up front, in front of you, like the abuse of the mixed use, I think that might stir action in the future. So thank you, that was very interesting. And Supervisor Gossi, I'd love to be part of that committee, because between the being on the Stormwater Task Force and watching a lot of planning commissions, there's a lot of things that need to be tightened up that I've seen, and it would be kind of nice to push some of those through, so.
I might even have to be part of the committee.
I don't know if anybody remembers our last meeting, which was about 2.5 weeks ago, when the idea about taking back final land development approval was raised by citizens. And I believe it was Supervisor or Chairman Wazaki who said, well, we may not have the bandwidth or whatnot. We're busy doing stormwater and so many other things. And I volunteered to take on the project. And I asked, with your approval, I would like to take on this project. I've been doing massive research since then. So.
No, that's great, Supervisor Humboldt. I wasn't speaking of we didn't have the bandwidth to discuss the change. I mean, that's obvious. We have the we could discuss this for the entire weekend. Nobody would be happy with that, but we could do that. But I was thanking you, and you had volunteered to look into the history or do some background, and that's what I wanted, not the bandwidth, because we're here talking about it. I mean, it is 11:40. So we're here talking about it. And not only that, we still have an escrow release to do before we leave. So we might want to do that. But so do we have any other citizen comments? Do we have any board comments? We do. Supervisor
Well, I just want to know
Freed.
if we can delegate that escrow thing to the planning commission. No, I'm just kidding.
That was good. Right, any more citizen comments? We're gonna keep we're gonna take this discussion under advisement. We know where some of us stand. We know some of us who are uncertain. We know that there's a feeling tonight among this group, I believe, that you would want to see it moved over to us and lock, stock, and barrel, and that's it. And we hear that. So we hear that. And we're always open for comments from other residents also. And we're now going to go to some escrow releases. So motion to approve the following escrow release request. Final release for RAC Yellow Springs LLC, Atwater 11B, in the amount of $369,190.80, balance remaining $0. Next is a final release for Cornundum Associates LP, Chase Bank, Devon Square, in the amount of $65,914.90, balance remaining $0. Mr. Burgo.
Chairman Wasaki and members of the board, the two releases are both final releases for both of these projects. The contractors have completed all the work with these projects. Township Engineering Department and our consultants have inspected and are recommending to the board the release in the amounts tonight. The remaining balance will be $0 with both accounts, and it will close them out. If anybody has any questions, I can certainly answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgo. Do I have a motion to approve the noted release requests? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any board comment? Any citizen comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. New matters. Any board member new matters? Any citizen new matters? Do I have a motion? Up, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see.
At the last meeting, we talked about new information, new business, and there was a discussion by citizens about term limits for the various authorities we have in the township, board and commission members, conflicts of interest, and within the planning commission. I was just wondering, is that something that might be brought up in new business discussions?
Here? Yeah, yes.
Okay. And the other comment was a collection of service request issues that the township receives. How we need to maybe keep track of various township requests that are being made by citizens. Is that something that we might do further research and discussions so that we can get timely
A couple things.
matters?
There's an assumption here. No, I'm trying to answer. If you don't, there's an assumption here that there isn't timely response regularly. That this township doesn't respond regularly. That is so wrong. And I'm just going to, Bill, I'm going to impose upon you now. I know that we like to, depending on what it is, it could be extreme rain, it could be extreme snow, it could be wind damage that we had one time when the derecho went through here, where we don't respond, but we do try to respond within 24 hours. A response doesn't mean a truck might not will show, a truck will show up. We try to respond. And if we don't respond within that time, it is cataloged, am I right, Bill? So do you want to just run through it real quick?
Public Works has a work order system, so anything that comes in and they're dispatched, they have a tracking system. We have that internally for them to respond. During storm events, the administrative staff sets up individual spreadsheets, tracks complaints as they come in. and who responds to them and when they respond to them. But generally, the policy is a 24-hour, on a general question, within 24 hours, it would be some sort of response of, we got your message, we're looking into it, we'll set up a time to meet with you specifically. But yeah, during storm events, it's obviously going to be a little bit longer, depending on, and obviously with some of the rain events, you're going to have a lot of response issues immediately to mitigate the damage. So some of that doesn't happen. We get the spreadsheet, we respond to them in the order they come in. So yeah, it's not we don't have a customer service response software, but we always do this the right way. But Public Works has the software for work orders when they're issued, direct action. So that's all tracked. We have spreadsheets related to each of the storms and the complaints that were involved. Then they go to the engineering department and they respond to them individually and set up individual meetings as needed. So yeah, if there's any misconception that we don't respond to people, that's inaccurate. Sometimes they may not like the answers they get, but we certainly respond and we make sure that their questions are answered.
My concern was just brought up last month about a particular issue, and we were trying to quantify how many issues you get about stormwater problems or sewer problems. So if I, as a citizen, wanted to figure out some of the very intimate details of how many calls you get in the township that are sewer issues, you would be able to let me know that there were 50.
So yeah, we have a work order system. We have spreadsheets for storms that occur. Like again, if the board wants to spend money and we want to invest in a customer service response software, that's another story. I'm not sure. If you want to know a number of phone calls, we don't have a log of every single phone call that comes to the building.
It's more the subject matter.
Right.
To
Again,
quantify what real issues.
It's another administrative task that we're not, if that's something the board wants to invest money in, to track individual response to every single phone call. Again, we're not the city of Philadelphia. We do what we have with what we're given, and our staff does an excellent job responding to all the questions that come in. What you're asking for is a different kind of investment, and that's something the board will have to make a decision on.
Right, I'm just, because there's probably this feeling, and I'm just saying this, we get a number of calls, but not that, we talked about this briefly, it's not like we're overwhelmed. There could be times like when we have the stormwater and then they come in waves, but they're handled and they are tracked and work orders go out. And I believe also, and I don't want to put you guys on the spot, I believe you guys, it wasn't tracking phone calls, but you guys, got a real good handle on where the hot areas are in terms of stormwater issues and even individuals who you're still in contact with and who contacted you. So there are, on our website and in there, the Stormwater Task Force records, you can have a good handle on. We know that there are stormwater issues here, and here's where they are. I mean, it's pretty clear. So, but on responses, yes, sometimes we're not perfect. Sometimes 3 days go by and somebody isn't responded to. But and sometimes people hear an answer that they don't like, so that's not a good response, I guess. Well,
it's not so much the answer, it's focusing in on where our problems lie. And, work order's fine, but it doesn't provide us with historical information that helps us focus in on the amount of workload that we're actually expending, possibly future funds. That's all. It was brought up at last meeting. I'm just trying to find out if the comment made by the citizen will be addressed. And it was having to do with, tracking data.
Okay.
That's basically it.
Okay.
I will be very quick. I just want to say thank you. We had a tree atop of a very healthy tree fall across Contention Lane recently, and within 1 hour, the tree was cut up, the road was open. We had people down the street cut up the rest of it off of our driveway. We couldn't get out of the driveway because it was across the whole street. But it happens on Contention very often because we have a lot of old trees that fall down. So this wasn't even old, though. But I would like to compliment the township and say thank you.
Public Works.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely. Darren was there. Darren, right? Not Darren.
Darren's not here tonight.
No, who's the? It was
Darren.
Darren, yeah.
Yeah,
It
Darren.
was
yeah.
Darren, because I had a conversation with him. So I just wanted to say it was a great job.
Thank you. We'd like to hear that. Okay. Now, I can ask again, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night.